When you send our children to school, we're actually the second educators in your children's life because you are the first teachers. And we want to work in partnership with all of you because we can't do this work alone.
Que su voz cuenta y que si nos unimos podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
I love the diversity of the school district. Whether you know it or not, this district speaks 83 different languages.
To know that the administrative offices, they have my back. Not only my back, but they have my child's back.
Every child, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of income, regardless of need, every child deserves to have their needs met.
No one person can do it alone. The teachers can't do it alone. Administration cannot do it alone. It's going to take the parents, the community.
I'm very thankful for the partnerships that we have with our communities in both cities that represent our school district. We always ask the question, how can we even do this better? And I think that's where community schools come in because that takes us to the next level.
Stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, that brings us to Section 1C, Broadcast Statement. Before I read the broadcast statement, I just want to let the people in the audience know and apologize. We've recently installed some new equipment and the screens behind me are not working tonight. We do have the two on the side and the one in the corner. My apologies. Hopefully we'll have that up and going after tonight's meeting. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. Any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demeaning, loud, insulting, or demanding manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. We'll be doing public comment after the discussion, after the board sets some time to ask questions of the district staff. Just a couple reminders. I'll probably say these again once we get there as well, but I do want to remind you, per our policy, we do ask that you not yield your time to another member of the public. Each member gets up to 3 minutes to speak if they would like to, and if they've turned a card in, we have cards, I believe, at the back of the room. If you're interested in speaking, you can turn that into the district staff. And we will ask that you respect the 3-minute timeline. We understand there's probably a lot of people that would like to be heard tonight. We want to hear as many as we can, so we will try to respect that 3-minute timeline. Thank you for listening to that. With all of that being said, do we have, for Section 2, adoption of the agenda, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Melchior.
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Larrett, Superintendent.
Mr. Melchior?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to the reason we're here tonight, discussion, item A, Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Study Session on Facilities, Part 3. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, staff will be presenting on SFID 3 on many aspects that we've been studying and talking about at our previous 2 study sessions. Tonight, we'll be covering the residential development details and build-out, the revised enrollment projections and capacity impacts to existing schools, projected school costs and updated timeline for new schools in SFID 3, assessed value projection for SFID 3 and tax rates, as well as potential and options and next steps that we'll have discussion with the board. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Martin, and he'll introduce our team that are also part of this presentation tonight.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Yes, so we have quite a distinguished group of panelists this evening for your questions and input. We have Ken Reynolds from Schoolworks, who will be discussing the demographics information. Terry Jameson, who is the architect, district architect, and so she'll be helping us with some questions with regards to construction and costs associated with building. We have Jerry Wickham and Joanna Blaisdell over there from the facilities department, and Mr. Washburn and myself as well. Also online, we have some of our financial advisors from Kegent available for any questions when we get into tax rates and some of that piece. So at this point, yes.
Oh, it probably goes without saying, but just, I'm assuming it's okay if the board interrupts during the session for questions rather than waiting till the end.
Please, yeah, since it's a study session, this is a great opportunity for back and forth as the items come up. We can go ahead and answer questions if that works for everybody.
Thank you.
All right. And so, again, apologize for the small print, but hopefully there's enough locations everybody can see the information. Additionally, this was out on Friday. We shared this for folks to review as well. And so Dr. Klegian shared the areas that we're going to be concentrated on tonight, really discussing what we're looking at when it comes to the development of south of Highway 50, the SFID 3 area, and the information we have associated with that. The enrollment projections that come from that and how that impacts our existing schools and the need for new schools. Then we're going to jump into costs associated with building of new construction of schools and potential timelines associated with that. Then we're going to talk about tax rate, which is obviously something that is critical as well for our community and those folks out there in SFID 3. And then some options and discussions for next steps. Again, being that this is a study session, this is just more of a forum for data and information to share with the board and an opportunity to kind of go over specific details. There won't be any actions taken tonight from the board. That would have to happen at a regularly scheduled meeting or a special meeting where it's agendized that way. So, all right. All right, so what we're going to do is we have quite a bit of detailed information here. And one of the reasons was this is we wanted to be able to create a document where we can then house all of the key information, because we are getting public record requests. We are getting community members asking for information. And so similar to like we did with the history of the SFIDs, what we're trying to do is gather all of that information and have it so that we can put it on our website. It's all there available for anybody who has interest in the information. And it's one central location. So there's a lot of information here, probably more than what we need for tonight's discussion, but we felt that it was a good tool for us going forward, and so that we don't have to keep recreating documents. We just have a cumulative document, more or less an encyclopedia of everything related to SFID 3. So. And so on the next few slides here, we have information with regards to each of the developments that are currently in plans within the SFID 3 area. So just reminding everybody, I know we have some community members out there, SFID 3 is south of Highway 50, east of Sunrise Boulevard, north of Douglas Road, and then all the way to our boundary on the county line. And it's just so everybody has that. You can see there are a total of 7 developments. We've identified some additional ones that have not previously been on there. Specifically, the Preserve was an area, and then North Douglas was not always on our documents that we originally had. So we wanted to include all of those so that we have a recognition of all the developments that we are aware of within SFID number 3. Combined, you can see there, Rancho Cordova, the area that would be within the city limits of Rancho Cordova will have 20,000 units. The Folsom City limit area would have a little over 11,000 units. And then there's an unincorporated area that straddles between the two cities, and that would be just a shade under 5,000 units. One of the things you will see later on when we look at projections for student numbers and enrollment, we included the unincorporated area information as a shaded in the bars when we look at the enrollment. We went ahead and included an unincorporated area in both areas. That was something asked of us by the board, not to recognize it in one city or the other one, but to show it for both for the purposes of once it's determined where those students would go, it can be reflective in both areas. So there is a duplication in that number when you're looking at the data. Just want to make sure everybody is aware of that. We did update the information as of November 2023. We have 3,800 homes in the Folsom area and 756 in the Rancho Cordova area. So then continuing on, and again, there's a lot of information here, probably a lot more than needed for tonight. I think the primary component that we want to focus on is within each planning area, the total dwelling units. You can see here for Folsom planning, it's 11,000, almost 11,500 units, generating about 5,500 students. First home was built in 2018, and you can see developers, all those types of things. Currently, what we have here is an annual anticipated development. We're going to look at that further along because obviously that's a big piece of the conversation is how many homes are going to be built each year for the next few years. And obviously, what is the yield of the number of students from those homes? And so you can see that we have met with all of the developers that we could about each of these areas and where the ones that are currently actively being developed, we tried to work on finding out what they projected their development to be annually. And so you can see there that they're projecting about 800 units per year. But the district is projecting a slightly lower number, 650 units. And we're going to talk about that later on. We'll talk about why the district uses a more conservative number than what the developers provide to us. Primarily, that's based off of historical knowledge and past history of kind of how those numbers roll out. You can see in the Folsom area, there's a plan. The original plan was 5 elementary schools, 2 of which are one is completed, Mangini, and then Alder Creek will be opening here in August of 24. 1 middle school and 1 high school. And then there's the attendance rates and then the tax rates. It is important to recall that not only is they're assessed taxing for SFID 3, but there are old bonds, SFID 1 and SFID 2, that overlap within SFID 3. So when we look at total tax rate for our community, our folks that live within these communities in the Folsom planning area, they have 2 tax rates. They have a $20 rate for SFID 2, and then the $206 rate, which is the current rate this year for SFID 3. Okay?
John?
Yes.
Quick question.
Sure.
So I know Measure G is often referenced, but Measure G is SFID 5, correct?
Yes, and that area is north of Highway 50. That tax does not get charged to this community.
So in the case of SFID 2, when was the last bond that was issued for that? That was a while ago, right?
Yes, yeah. We are at this point. I think we pay that bond off in 2032. I think is the timeline. And so yeah, we have not had any issuances since probably the early 2000s. Yeah.
And then on the Rancho side, SFID 1 is
similar timeline for that as well.
Similar timeline. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. Everybody good with that? Okay. We're going to continue on. And so the next few, I'm just going to probably go over relatively quickly. The same information's here. North Douglas is actually our oldest subdivision within SFID 3, and that development has been completely built out. You can see that there were 664 units on that area, and 400 students were the estimated generation. I think that might be an actual real number. Is that right, Jerry? Yeah, that's a real number there. And we were not planning any schools in that area. Any students that were coming out of this area, the plan was to have those students housed in the Rio del Oro area. Remember, originally Rio del Oro was the first community that was supposed to be developed, so that was the plan. But currently, those students attend Navigator, Mitchell, and Cordova High. And you can see the tax rate there. The SFID 1 rate is $38, and then the SFID 3 rate, which was the same as Folsom Ranch, which is the $206.30. Continuing, this is a new development that we have not had previously. So this is the Preserve, which is located, I believe, north of the North Douglas subdivision. There's 400 units planned out of that and about 270 students. And they're planning for first homes to be built around 2025 with about 150 units per year. Again, this development is not planned to have any schools within the development. Those students would be housed in the Rio del Oro school district or school area, or otherwise they're currently assigned to Navigator, Mitchell, and Cordova High as well. Tax rate is the same at this point. Either they're going to be the SFID 1 or the SFID 2 rate difference. So, next area is the Rio del Oro area, and this is the largest single development area. 12,000, a little over 12,000 homes, and 6,000 students are estimated to be generated. Elliott Homes is right now currently building homes in this area, and then Gen Corp, which is more or less the part of the parent organization related to the Aerojet properties and all of those. They're planning around a 2027 estimated date for starting breaking ground for homes, or having homes for, I shouldn't say break ground, but actually have homes being lived in. Because it's important that it's not breaking ground that matters to us, it's actual occupancy that matters for us for counting for students. You can see the development projections down below. Elliott is projecting about 200 homes per year, and Gen Corp 225. We're projecting about 150 and then 200 for the numbers there. Planned phase is 6 elementary schools, 2 middle school, and 1 high school. The new current development that is happening there, those students are right now going to Navigator, Mitchell, and Cordova High. And then tax rates for Rio del Oro.
Sean?
Yes.
On that slide,
Yeah.
the lighter colored on the left-hand side of the slide, is that the Elliott property, and the ones that are not as shaded, is that the Aerojet, or what's the difference between?
That's exactly correct. So the lighter shaded color is the area that is under development by Elliott Homes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All righty. So the next one is Westboro. Westboro is, it says it's in the unincorporated, but I believe it actually that Westboro is actually in Rancho Cordova. Yeah, so that's not correct there. So it shouldn't say unincorporated. Yeah, so 7,000 homes for that one, 3,600 students being generated there. The reason why you're seeing somewhat, it's not like the formula is exactly the same. That's because we have a different rate for single family, multifamily, single family attached, where they're attached together. There's a different yield rate for each. So depending on how that development has determined how many single-family residences versus multifamily, that changes the calculation for each, just so everybody is aware. This area is estimated in 2029 is what we have down for the developer. We're estimating 2031. We're projecting about 225, and we agree with the developer on that projection. And you can see the tax rate. Right now, once there are homes in this area, they would be assigned whatever the Rancho Cordova School site that probably best fits our capacity needs at that time. But since that one's a little ways out, we don't have specifically any assigned schools at this time for that area. So, all right. Glenboro is the next one, and this is in the unincorporated area. This has 3,000 units and about 1,500 students. Developer is projecting 2025. We're projecting 2026 for students actually in homes at this point. They're projecting about 230 units. The developer is. We're projecting about 200. There's a plan for 2 elementaries and 1 middle school within this area. And currently, the attendance boundary areas for those students are Natoma Station, Folsom Middle, and Folsom High. So, any questions on that one? Okay, yes.
This is the land in between the Folsom Boulevard exit on Highway 50 and Prairie City. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe this is the area between Hazel and Folsom Boulevard. Yeah, where more or less we are now. Yeah.
Where we are. I mean, haven't we been hearing for the better part of 10 to 15 years that the construction is imminent on this property?
You know, I haven't been here for 10 or 15 years, but I have been told by the historians in our district, yes, that is the case.
So, I mean, how confident are you that they're going to start building in 2025 versus 2035?
Well, it's a good question. We've had multiple meetings with the developer in this area. We have been told that they are actively working on actions to, and I don't want to go into too many details, but actions to more or less get the dirt broken on this area and development to start. So, we are not projecting a significant, 200 units a year, so it's not a huge number. And at this point, the plans would be they would go into existing schools. So it's not as though these numbers are significantly impacting us. I don't think we're being, I think we're probably a little more on the positive side than we have been in the past, in the sense that we do think that the developer in that area is being developed. So.
Okay, thank you.
But again, we take our information from the developers and what they share with us, so. All right, continuing on. You can see Easton Place. Easton Place is also in the unincorporated area. And I believe Easton Place is between Westboro and Glenboro, right? Yeah, so it's right where Hazel comes in at, yeah. So that is 1,600 units. Projecting only 493 students out of that area, with 2035 anticipated for that. Developers projecting 160 units, and we're using the same. And tax rates and everything else on that one. All right. So next I'm going to hand off to Matt here. He's going to spend a little bit talking about how the new development assumptions are made, what we get from the developers, what we use within the facilities department to determine then when we think we need schools, what we think the rate of yield is for a home or a multifamily, as we discussed. So,
thanks, Sean. As Sean indicated, when we look at it, we meet quite frequently with the developers. We meet with the cities as well as numbers on that, and with the builders. In determining the yield rates, as Sean indicated, we look at single-family homes, single-family attached, multifamily. We also update these yearly. We do school facility needs analyses, which is basically our fee justification studies. So we look at the new development within the next 5 years, and we calculate the yields from those to determine how many students are going to be coming from the houses. It's always a balance, because we have to balance these numbers based on the number of students we have, when the infrastructure is coming in, when the permits are being pulled, how long it's going to take before houses are occupied. And then we monitor that progress, and we continue to look at when the new students are going to be occupied. And that's how we determine when we're going to get students. We determine yield rate from that, how many years out. We'll have a certain number of students before we need elementary school, middle school, high school, et cetera. If development occurs faster, then the schools and the funding for them will need to be sooner, and we'll have to be flexible on that. We have to be flexible with our existing capacity, how we house the students. We have to also time it with state school eligibility funding. There's certain requirements on getting school eligibility. We want to make sure we're in line for that. And if development takes longer, then the schools and the funding for them can be delayed accordingly based on the number of students. So it's very, very fluid. It does take a while to plan. That's why we work really closely with the developers on trying to determine when the schools will be coming, or when the houses will be coming, the type of housing and the yield rates coming from those houses. On the next page is the developer estimates. As you can see, we have, each year, we have estimated how many units will be coming per each development. So we have, as you can see on the chart at the top, we have Folsom planning area. And as you know, that's already been under construction for a while. And that's the number of houses projected based on the developer estimates per year. And at the top, it was the SFID, the School Facility Planning, School Facility Improvement District. Then we have the various developments that you can see: Glenboro, Easton Place, Rio Del Oro, moving all the way over. And the year they're projected to start with the number of units and how many units, and that's based on the yield rates, based on single family, as I mentioned, multifamily, different yield rates, and how many students. We will then calculate how many students based on the number of units coming out of that. And then we look at this on down. This helps to determine our funding needs as well. On the next page is the facilities. This is our district's projections, and Sean kind of mentioned a little bit about that. We have a little more conservative estimate on ours, and I'll get into some of those reasons. But we have the same developments, the same SFID areas, as you go from Folsom planning area through Glenboro, Easton Place, kind of moving toward the west to Rio Del Oro, Westboro, North Douglas, and the Preserve. As you can see, some of those areas that Sean talked about earlier are further out, the Westboro area, the Rio Del Oro, those are based on projections that we receive from the developers, and then we do a modification based on the numbers we get from the developers. Yes. Oh, no, we're not taking it. Sorry.
That's during public
Yep.
comment.
I just heard a question.
Public comment.
So as I mentioned, the housing projections to developers are the best case scenario. We are a little more conservative. Obviously, they're selling homes. They need to be pretty accurate. We base our construction, our needs based on estimates from historic. We look at economic impacts, things that are going to happen. We also have to make sure that we have enough funding for that. We don't want to sell bonds sooner than we need to, so we want to make sure that there's a need for a school before we sell the bonds for the school. It's directly related to the issuance of bond and how many kids we have and when we need to build the school, so we want to make sure that we have an adequate number of students. So we're a little more conservative. We also, as we mentioned, we take about 68 to 70% of the developer's projections. We have looked at this, and we can also adjust capacity based on several factors if need to. If that fluctuates, we can do hot seating, we can do additional busing, we can add additional facilities if necessary. And then we also have capacity we can look at some of our existing schools. So this is kind of what we looked at from our past experiences based on that, but we can ramp up if things pick up, but we want to make sure that we're conservative and we're not spending the money unless it's absolutely necessary.
Any questions on those before we go on to projections? So obviously the housing, we wanted to review those numbers first because those will then go into the yield factors to determine how many students we will get. And then that obviously impacts the ability to house those students. So questions? Yeah.
Yeah, on this slide, the last bullet point you're referencing the bond issuances. How much have we issued under Measure M currently?
I believe we are a shade under 200 million. So we have, originally it was a $750 million bond, and we have some slides further so we can have the specifics. I'm pulling it out of the back of my head, but I believe we have a little over 550 million, maybe it's more, somewhere around that ballpark range. I don't want to misspeak, but I think we have somewhere in that neighborhood.
Oh, we can wait till the later slide.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions before we, so at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Ken, who's going to talk about the yield and demographic information, or enrollment information based off of that. So I'm going to walk over and give him the.
Well, good evening. Our next few slides are really going to, these first two slides just talk about all the data that we used in our projections and some explanations for those that were reading the PowerPoint before we did the presentation. But I will talk through just the key information on this first slide is the information from the school district's school facility needs analysis that looks at what is the most recent yield rates that we're getting from the different types of homes that have been built recently. And so that is the data that we use to multiply against the number of projected units
to determine our number of students that we need to house in the future. And so overall, right, we're getting about an average of just under or just over 1/2 of a student per unit when we aggregate the data. And so in the actually single family homes, those have our highest yield rates. And so we're about a 0.62 students per home. So basically for 100 homes, we would generate 62 students. And that's spread across the grades from TK all the way through 12th grade. So that's a key component in doing our enrollment projections. But the other components that we look at is, right, what have our historic trends have been in terms of mobility, right? How many of our second graders end up in third grade the following year? And how many students are being born each year that end up in our TK, which is our 4-year-old classes, and our kindergarten classes, which is our 5-year-olds. And then after we do all those projection analysis, then we compare it to school capacity. So this slide here just talks about our capacity. And we broke down our projections into 2 different reports, one showing the west portion of the district and the other showing the east portion. And for each of those areas, when we show our capacity, right, we don't, even though we're focusing on SFID 3 for this presentation, right, we have other schools within the district. And that's why there's flexibility on how we look at our projections and why we can be conservative, because we have that extra space available. And so here I just, again, detailed some of the very specific issues. When we have capacity, right, we're not going to, bus students all the way to the farthest schools. And so we did look conservatively at our capacity when we looked at our numbers for these charts that we're going to be focusing on next. So let me give you a little bit of details of how we created this chart and what we're visualizing here. When we start here, we're looking at the elementary schools for the east area. And so the map there just shows the boundaries and the schools that we're focusing on. But the chart here shows lots of data. The lightest color shows what our enrollment projection for those grades at our elementary schools would be if there was no development. And so we would actually see a decline in enrollment, and we've seen that across the state as the number of births have dropped a little bit. And so with development, we see the orange color there. That's a little darker orange. With development, right, we'd see a slight increase in enrollment in our elementary schools, and part of that's because that TK grade, the 4-year-olds, is expanding over the next 2 years. TK will be available to all 4-year-olds. And so that's creating a bit of an impact just by itself, along with the development that's occurring. And so then the third color there is the blue, right? If we include the unincorporated areas that were mentioned, then we have even more students generated. But again, that is duplicated on both the east and west areas. And then finally, the capacity that we just talked about is shown here in terms of how much reasonable capacity do we have that can be utilized before the next school needs to be available. And again, there's lots of other options. We can add portables to schools. That's been done in the past if we need space before a school's ready to open. But that just gives us a good planning tool to understand the data. And so when we look at this, right, we have some space available now. Of course, this black line does include the brand new school that's just about to open at Alder Creek. So we'll have space for several years. But again, the challenge in doing these projections, what we're looking at here, right, is our current year of 23-24 and lots of years into the future. Normally, as a demographer, when we do projections, right, we like to look out about 6 years into the future. Right, we only have good birth data to understand that trend for the next 3 to 4 years, because we're projecting our 4-year-olds coming into school now. And we can understand what's happening with housing development because we know which homes are being built and the short-term projections. When we're looking out 20 years from now, right, a lot can change. The whole economic situation, the types of housing that's being built, so much can change. So again, you have to understand that in our 6-year projections, we have a pretty high accuracy rate. Beyond that, the numbers are more unknown. And so one thing you'll notice on this chart is as we get out and it beyond about 6 years, our enrollment in the existing homes remains stable, right? And we don't know if it'll stay stable. It really depends on the birth rate and the economy. But that's the best assumption we can make at that far into the future. And so again, eventually, we are showing that we do exceed our capacity and we're going to need another school. Would it be nice to have a school sooner than that? Of course it would, because we don't want to have to fill every classroom at every seat and every grade level. But again, this is showing sort of our goal of when we want to have schools available to meet the needs of just what's happening in expected housing. And again, these numbers are monitored continually because again, things can happen faster than we're anticipating, or it could take longer than we're anticipating. So again, this is a focus on the Folsom East Elementary Schools. So the next page now looks at the Folsom East Middle Schools. So that's the area that's north of 50 and south of 50. So I based these numbers on what the current high school boundaries are. And so the numbers on the middle schools here again shows we'd see a little bit of growth as the elementary numbers move into our middle schools, but relatively stable overall. Again, with development in the orange color, we will exceed our capacity eventually, and we have even more need if we add in the unincorporated area developments. So next, we look at the high schools. And again, here we're seeing our high schools are pretty full. Anyone that's been on those campuses in the East area knows we have some challenges. But again, there still is some space available. But we're anticipating our schools will be full there within about 3 years. Again, we have to watch that closely. Again, lots of options are going to be studied, right? Do we have more hot seating? Do we need to add some temporary portables? Do we have to cut off the flow of transfers from outside the district? So again, lots of discussions ahead on how do we make sure we have space for students that are coming. So next, we're going to see the same information for our west area of the district. So again, we'll start with the elementary schools. And over here, again, we have some space currently. We will see that development creates a trend. Again, we had the larger Rio de Oro area within this study area that is generating the largest number of homes. The Folsom Ranch generated similar number, but again, a lot of those have already been built. So it's a larger net impact here in the west area. So we anticipate we'll exceed our capacity. Again, we've got a few years of breathing room, and so there's not an immediate need, but it does take about 5 years from the time we decide to build a school to go through all the paperwork and planning and site approvals. So we need this lead time to be prepared. And again, if we're looking at these charts, if we look at it including those blue numbers, the unincorporated areas, we can't assume that all those kids are showing up to both the east and west areas. So I don't know if they'll end up being split between the two or just assigned to one or the other, but that's just, again, a reminder as we look at these numbers. Next, for the middle schools, again, we have a little more space than at our elementary schools when we look at the middle schools. And so the numbers are sort of stable with development, and then eventually we start seeing a need, especially the need's not created till beyond 2038. That's as far as we go on this chart. But remember, that development page that was shown earlier, right, showed development all the way out to 2050. So we're just showing, again, a piece of that timeline here. There are needs beyond what we're showing here, but to show projections beyond that time period is, again, more than we need for planning purposes on when we need to start funding and building schools. So this was just a snapshot I felt was reasonable for the immediate focus of what should be built next and what needs to be designed. And then finally, we get to the West Area high schools. And again, here we're starting getting close to our capacity over the next 4 or 5 years. We see that bump coming. Beyond that, we see a little bit of a steady enrollment. And so we don't actually reach our capacity till about 2034, 35, just with the Rio del Oro area and the preserve. And then so we'll be needing some extra capacity shortly after that. Again, if we add in the unincorporated areas, then we're exceeding our capacity as soon as 2033. So again, that sort of gives us a good timeline for when our sites are going to be impacted.
Thank you, Ken. So when do we need additional facilities? This is something we always have to look at. We have to balance our funding needs and our existing capacity, and we have to look at when we need schools and the timing of schools. Schools open too soon create additional costs to the general fund. As you know, we have to have the general fund is what supports the operational costs of the school. That's what hires the teachers and the custodians, and that's all operational funds. So we want to make sure we have a school that has enough students to generate enough operational funds to justify opening. Also, if we open sooner, the AV is lower, and it would increase tax rates sooner. We don't want to have the tax rates increase sooner than we need to, so we want to make sure we have enough kids to justify that. Also, we have to look at costs less to build a school because we're building it sooner before cost escalation. So we have to weigh the general fund balance, how much we have between operational funds and how much we have in capital facilities funds. Schools opening later impact existing school capacity. So we may have additional capacity needs. We have to look, okay, hot seating, what are the costs of that? Do we have to add additional facilities? What's the cost of that? But then we also look at, we have more inflation, so cost escalation is higher, so it's going to cost more to build the school. But your tax rates could be lower because your AV is going to be higher later on. So we have to look at the capital facilities funding, operational funding, available tax rate. We have to look at all those factors and kind of have that sweet spot of when we're projecting to open a new school. As I mentioned, we have to have enough students to justify the school. Typically we have to have several hundred students at elementary and 600 or so at a middle school and 850 or so at a high school. So you're going to exceed capacity at existing school before you're going to open a new school. That's it. Just the operational cost of opening that new school. So we're going to look at the construction information, developers. We work with consultants. We work with contractors. We look at how much the escalation rates are going to be over time, bubbles and the construction costs. If there's something that we can look at to maybe save money in the future, or trying to predict what the cost will be.
All right, so any questions on how those are calculated? The capacity? Zoom doesn't have audio right now? Oh. Are we having a problem? Is David available for that? Make sure our mic's open. So unfortunately, those people out in Zoom land cannot hear us right now. That's what we've been informed. Okay. All right. You want to maybe pause for a minute while we, is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
We take a recess?
Yeah, well, let's take a recess for 5 minutes. So we'll recess now. Call us back into the meeting. Do want to let you know we still are having the issue on Zoom. If you are text them with anybody at home. We're working on getting that audio back up. You can also let them know this will be on YouTube. So if they can't hear live right now, they should be able to watch that later as well. So we are working on getting that going as we speak. Mr. Martin, I think we're throwing it back to you.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. And so at this point, can you guys click on the screen so we can go to the next slide, please? We're going to hand it over to Terry. She's going to speak to us about construction costs, kind of what is associated with build out of schools, square footage, some of those pieces that has come up in conversations as well. So Terry, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Get on.
Is that better? Gotta be closer. Sorry about that. So as Sean said, I'm going to be taking you through some of the costs, which is obviously one of the big conversations tonight. But what I am doing is a little different because of the conversations that we've had at the last two study sessions. I'm doing some more theoretical exercises based on some of the feedback from the board, and based on the assumptions that there's going to be some redesign and some value engineering, that some of the numbers that you're seeing tonight are a little bit different than what we've been showing in the past. So I just want to kind of preface that going forward. So there's 4 cost scenarios that I'm putting forward for the conversation. Is obviously there's a need for new elementary schools. There's a need for a new middle school. The model for tonight is for 1,200 students. And then there was a conversation about doing a phase 1 high school. For this scenario, it's 1,000 students. And this is different than the scenario that was presented last study session, which was what could you build for $200 million or $300 million? So this is starting from what does a phase 1 look like for 1,000 students and building upwards, right? Whereas the one from last study session was building down, and that hovered around 675 to 700 students compared to this 1,000. So they're close, but they're a little different. And then also did a scenario for the combined high school, middle school with 2,100 students and 900 students. So the first scenario is for the elementary school. And I've broken it out for cost on the east side of the district and cost on the west side. And the reasons for that are twofold. One, the site development costs on the east side of the district is a little bit higher because there is more elevation, more terrain, which requires more retaining walls and additional grading. And so it is a little bit more expensive to construct school sites that need flat fields and accessibility than it is on the west side, where we're pretty much level and have different soil conditions. And then also land acquisition costs are different on the east versus west, kind of correlates with housing prices. But those two things stay the same in all of these cost analysis for east and west. And then part of the conversation of having some value engineering and some redesign, I'm setting the square foot costs for buildings at $650 a square foot. Okay, so for this scenario, it's a 65,000 square foot elementary school, which is smaller. So again, looking at maybe a campus style, single story elementary school for this model. On a 10-acre site, it's going to be about $76.5 million on the east and $71 million on the west. And this is for current day dollars, 2023.
So Terry, a couple of follow-up points on that. So when we're saying current day dollars, what we are seeing is a significant escalation of continued construction costs, as well as property acquisition costs, everything, just everything related to construction continues to have a cost increase. And so when we are looking at dollars using present day values, we have to, when we go later on and we look at the timeline, you're gonna see that dollar escalated with the assumption of, and Terry's gonna talk about that kind of average estimated escalation cost increase. So a dollar today to build something is $1 and a few cents the next year, and then it keeps adding up and adding up, right? The other thing, Terry, what is the square footage of Alder Creek, just so we have a reference for that?
So Alder Creek has more square footage than Mangini. It's sitting at about 71,000 square feet because we added an additional 2 TK kinders from Mangini, so about 71. So it's a trim of about 6,000 square feet, which again is that common area.
So that would be some of the things we talked about, the common areas, the hallway, some of those things that we would need to, as we talked about before, really where your cost savings comes down to is reduction in square footage, right? That's where you get the biggest bang for your buck. I know there's conversations about other, accessories or ancillary things that are added to the campus, but really when we're talking about trying to cut budget in the millions of dollars, this is where we have to focus is on square footage. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, question. 65,000 square feet, what does that get us as it relates to the number of classrooms?
It's still targeting the same kind of capacity that your current K-5s are. I believe
28
that.
then?
I'm sorry, what?
28 classrooms then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Yeah, 28.
Because we added the 2 TK. Correct.
And other quick question, and this is probably more directed to Matt, since Matt has the institutional knowledge. When we previously built campus-style elementary schools, did we ever phase them, or did we just build them outright?
We built them outright. Part of it is you have your site development costs and everything else, and with elementary schools, your yields come much quicker because you have younger students moving in to families with younger students, so you yield rate within the first 5 years much quicker. So we usually make sure we have 250 to 300 students before we open a new elementary school, and typically those will be filled up within a few years. You have much more opportunity to phase at obviously a secondary school.
Well, with 28 classrooms, that gets us up to what, about 600, 650 as a maximum?
680 or so students.
680.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's opportunity you could phase, a campus style, you could look at phasing. It's the same thing we talked about earlier. You have to look at your available funding, your cost escalation, what it's going to look like in the future, how much it's going to cost you later on versus how much to build it up front, and your available funding and tax rates. It's kind of the same balance we have to look at.
Okay, thank you.
And just one other item, we talk about the fact that the eastern side of the district does have a higher cost when it comes to land acquisition and development. One thing that we have to keep in mind is at least one portion of the funding that we receive, which is the developer fee component of it. We collect developer fees for new homes. We do actually charge a higher rate within the eastern portion of the district, and that's because of this cost increase, just so everybody is aware. So, okay. You want to continue on, Terry? Any other questions?
Sure. Okay. So it clicks, but there we go. So the next scenario is the middle school at 1,200 student capacity. Again, all of the metrics and the unit costs are the same, but it's sitting at about 145,000 square feet. To answer a future question, this is not phased, but theoretically it could be phased. So this is just a full build out. So the total construction cost in 2023 dollars is $195 million on the east and $182.83 on the west. Are there any questions on this one? And then the combined high school, middle school, and I did put a note on here, this is full build out. It is not phased. Just simply for conversation purposes of what the full campus is going to cost to do, because we haven't really gone into the scenarios of what's in phase 1, what's in phase 2. Originally, Mather Morrison was supposed to be all of the high school, and then the middle school was second phase, but I know with all of the conversations we've had in the last 2 study sessions that there may be 4 or 5 phases, and it's just kind of unknown. So this is just everything at once, which obviously is never going to happen, but it's a understanding of what, you know, the full impact is. So it's 350,000 square feet, 76 acres roughly. So about $564 million on the east and $518 million on the west in today's dollars. The next scenario is the first phase high school, and just to get an understanding of what's in there, is the support spaces. The administration would be constructed to support the full capacity of the campus, as well as the multi-purpose. It would be built for full capacity. The PE and athletics would only include the main gym and the locker rooms, not the classroom, the dance wrestling room, or the auxiliary gym. So it is a smaller square footage. The visual and performing arts spaces includes classrooms and a performance space in the multi-purpose, not a theater. And then the classrooms include square footage for standard classrooms plus science and CTE, and then additional square footage for support spaces like custodial and electrical rooms. And then there is no stadium, and there would be some reduced field development. So in this scenario then, looking at approximately 150,000 square feet on 55 acres, the project estimate would be $324 million on the east and $292 on the west. And I did realize that I actually have full site development demonstrated in this scenario at 55 acres at the full 2.2. So that actually would bring the cost down a little bit. It's a math issue that I didn't catch before I finished up the slide. So this is very conservative because it's building out the full site when we're only partially doing phase 1 construction.
And so one question that the board had asked previously was, what could we get for 200 million? And what really the answer to that is you would get the same high school as a phase 1, but you would have less classrooms because you more or less need all of the support buildings and the structures that we're discussing here. So for example, where you would reduce the cost would be in the square footage for classrooms, in essence. So you would still need an administration building, you still need a library, you still need multi-purpose. All the other pieces, even if you are phasing it to a smaller scale, you just would have, what did we say, about 600 kids? Or
675 to 700, that's where that difference is.
That would be your capacity for students, so.
But
so the 200 million, are you talking about east, the high school east, or?
We're just talking about in a scenario, these are not any locations. We're just talking about a scenario where we're building just a high school, not a combination high school, middle school. Because remember, one of the things we're really discussing here, and we're going to talk about later, is the idea of what school we want is important in this process. But the truth is we have to be realistic on the fact that we have limited dollars to do that. And so one of the things I know was asked was, what could we get for $200 million? And so for $200 million, you can see here in the example that we used with a high school that only, phase 1 that only houses 1,000 students, the current numbers are showing around $300 million. And so if we were trying to get even smaller, budgetarily getting smaller, it would require us to reduce square footage. And that would be classrooms for students. That would be about the only place, because otherwise, if you start eliminating most of these other services, well, you could potentially maybe reduce size of the administrative building, but that's not going to get the square footage necessary to shave off $100 million. Does that make sense for everybody, right? It really comes down to square footage, and that's where there is the ability to reduce cost if you're trying to cost contain as much as possible.
And I would add that that's, again, in current dollars today as if you were breaking ground in 2024. And so if we're saying that a $200 million school gets you 675 students or 700 students in today's dollars, but we're not building it until 28, 29, that might be bold, but I don't know that it's possible to get a school for under $200 million.
Right. And there is, one additional option that we didn't include in this scenarios, which would be temporary building, portables, modular portable high school. And that is one way that we could look at reducing costs. Knowing though that your deferred maintenance, your routine maintenance, your utilities, everything goes up when you build those kind of campuses, right?
Sorry, Sean, you're saying the entire campus of portables or adding portables to our current campuses?
You could do a combination of both to help with, I don't know at this point what the cost savings is for a modular versus a stick-built or a traditional build. That would be something we could look into. And you could do a component, or you could look at a full, I've come from a district previously where because of the growth, it was a full portable school. And then they, as they could, they became permanent buildings where they could.
And that's the scenario we did with Oak Shan and Carl Sundell, correct? They were built as portables and then eventually replaced with permanent, correct?
Yeah, the original classrooms, the administration building, the multipurpose were permanent, and then the classrooms were all in portable buildings. And then they were eventually replaced with permanent.
Interesting, okay.
After 20,
right.
20 years, 26 years.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Terry, one more question. I know you mentioned we could do this in several phases. It's kind of up to how we would want to do it. The way that it's modeled out right here with phase 1 with 1,000 student capacity, would that essentially be phase 1 of 2?
I think it could be phase 1 of 2. If you did that, you'd be, again, target of 2,100 students. It would be another 1,100 students that would be needed, and using the total square footage estimated for both high schools that are in planning, that's going to roughly be between 275, 300,000 square feet. So it's another 150,000 square feet in building costs that you would need to do as a phase 2, or it could be a phase 2 and a phase 3 and cut it in half, right? Because in essence, for the most part, you're building classrooms. Certainly you're doing the auxiliary gym, maybe the theater, the stadium. So there are some additional things that you would be doing, but a lot of it is classroom square footage.
Okay.
Folsom High was built over, I want to say 4 or 5 phases, wasn't it, Matt?
Correct.
Yeah.
Most significantly in 3, but there's 4.
Yeah, there's 2 significant phases in the beginning. One first phase, second phase 2 years later. And then there was a significant phase, 3 or 4 years later?
Stadium and theater.
The stadium and the theater, which was built considerably later.
And then the second gym.
And the second gym was built actually
finally
in the
the
4th
CTE.
phase actually after that, yeah.
Yeah, then finally the CTE building.
And that's typical for, I'm not saying typical, but it is common for high schools to be built in multiple phases.
Okay. Terry, you want to hit the next slide for me? Thank you.
Yeah, so all of those sheets are prefaced to this timeline. And you've seen the timeline before, but it's been a little bit updated, and it's showing the costs on the schools. So Mangini Ranch and Alder Creek I've rounded, but it's essentially actual costs. As Sean mentioned before, these are all escalated dollars. So the first couple of years, 24, 25, 26, are at a higher rate, upwards of 8% per year. But then over time, it normalizes down. And so it's an average of about 5% across 15 years of escalation for these numbers that are being shown in this graph. So the high school phase 1, the 1,000 student scenario being constructed in 2029 is $459 million.
So a couple things that we want to speak to of this. First of all, the timeline is based solely on the information we shared earlier about when we project we need a school, right? The location and some of those determinations, that's still pending the board, but what we did was, right now at this point, we show that when the schools are needed, we put the approximate year, and we put the escalated cost. But that's not to say where it says, Folsom Planning Area High School, $459 million. That is pretty much the timeline we need that school. that location and some of those things, that's still determined by the board. That's not what we're doing today, right? We're really talking about today is the costs associated with building the schools and the ability to fund these schools, right? That's really what the focus of today's presentation on is. So I don't want to get too bogged down with the idea of what schools are located in each location, but these are the approximate timelines of when schools are needed, and the projected cost. We did not put any numbers once you get out past 2036, because more than 2 years is probably 2 or 3 years is hard to project as it is. But going about 15 years is kind of unattainable at this point. But it gives you guys an idea of kind of where we're looking at timeline-wise for schools.
So this is just purely based on the projections that we just heard, what the need would be if we were only following those numbers.
Correct.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's staggering to see this. If we did that Folsom Plan Area High School, by the time it was completed, we're talking well over $1 billion.
You said it, I didn't say it, but yes. Yeah. I mean, these numbers are large. They're significant dollars for the level of cost associated with building these schools out. So, and I think since we have an audience, I want to remind folks that it's not as though it's the same as, you buy property and you just build a house. We have pretty much, other than healthcare, we have the most extensive requirements when it comes to regulation and code that we have to meet for our schools, which obviously is appropriate because we have students housed inside them. Additionally, we pay prevailing wage, and we have specific requirements when it comes to procurement and bid processes that we have to follow through that often create additional costs that individual homeowner or somebody that's just a contractor would build for a standard residential type of project or even a commercial project. So it's important to recognize that I know our numbers seem very large, but that is in relationship to the marketplace and the cost. Excuse me. So,
and Sean, none of these projections show what any anticipated interdistrict transfers if we were to have them.
I believe the numbers that we included was existing, but no new numbers for that, right? Yeah, okay. Ken's saying that's correct. And that's part of the conversation we get to when we talk about capacity situations and the fact that anytime you're normally building a new school, you always have a year or two where you're going to push capacity at your existing schools. And so the ways we do that, as we talked about, is we look at all classrooms, all rooms. Can they be used as a classroom versus an intervention room or a band room, for 1 day a week, or those types of things. If we can move band to another location, we'll try to do that to maximize existing capacity, but understanding that we try to go back to the pre-levels once we have a new school. Another area we talked about is the hot seating, where we use the classroom throughout the day. Teachers move from classroom to classroom, students move. So that those classrooms are used throughout the day. If you've ever been around year-round or those programs, you're familiar with those kind of setups where classrooms are constantly interchanged and used. The other component would be interdistrict transfers. If that is impacting our ability to have capacity for our students within the district, obviously we would need to look at that as well. So those are all some of the factors that Matt spoke to earlier, and that we would look at when it comes to existing capacity versus building the school first, right, when those timelines. Other questions on this, the timeline, or anything else before we move on into the next area, which is really talking about tax rates, which I know everybody is very excited to speak to. So.
I have one question,
Sure.
And I don't know if there's really a way to answer it specifically. But is there a way to measure impact on student learning when you are at full capacity, hot seating teachers, and just measuring the impact on why we're there?
I would say we'd have to have a baseline, and then we could look at that data. I don't know if we have historical data of when we've done that in the past. That might be something. I think that's an open-ended question we could come back and maybe try to find information for you for. I think anecdotally we would all agree that that's not the ideal learning environment, right?
Yeah.
So I think we can say that. I don't know if we have data to drive that conversation though or not.
Okay, thank you.
I think it would be hard to measure over time because typically it's to get some temporary capacity, so you might have it for a few years and then you're back. So to have that for a long-term baseline would be probably be difficult to measure. I'm sure, like Sean said, it's probably not the ideal situation, but.
Even anecdotal from people who have done it would probably be helpful in that.
Okay, we'll make a note on that one and definitely try to provide some information to the board on that one. All right, so now we're gonna jump into tax rates. And so just a little overview about Measure M. We've shared this information before. It was approved back in 2007. It was approved by a very small group in the community at the time. I believe there was really one, was it an apartment complex? There was, and a trailer park that really was all that was in the area. It did pass with the 2/3 requirement. It did fail the first time in 2006, I believe, and then it went out again in 2007. It did require a 2/3 approval rate, and it did pass. The estimated tax rate on the documents that were put out were that it would be about $73 per the average over the life of the debt service. And our current rate is over $200, and we were up over $300, I think it was last year. And so, one of the big reasons for this, and actually the reason for this is, there are two things specifically. One is the assessed value has not grown at the rate that was anticipated originally. Again, we were originally thinking that back in 2007-8, we were going to see houses being developed in Rio de Oro. Assessed value would be growing. Schools at that point were significantly less cost. And so there was the idea that this entire project could be done with one passage of the bond of $750 million. And unfortunately, that did not occur. The other piece why the tax rate most recently bumped up was the district issued a bond issuance, and it occurred just prior to COVID. And so we were planning multiple school phases, went out for the bond issuance, and then, of course, COVID occurred and some other actions occurred, which more or less stopped the market for a period of time that impacted us as well. And so, Matt and the team, we kind of regrouped. Obviously, we're working on our second elementary, and pretty much at this point, of the dollars that have been issued, about 200 million. So this was your question earlier, David. Of the $750 million, we've issued or sold 200 million of it, a little over 200 million, you can see there. And so we have authorization for about another $545 million. That's what we have authorization to go out and sell bonds. When we sell the bonds, though, that increases the tax rate. Of the money we've sold to date, once Alder Creek is done, we have about $28 million left. So.
Yeah, I have a question on that 28 million.
Sure.
So we've already encumbered that money, and it's just going to be sitting there, devaluing because of construction costs increasing. What do we plan on doing with that 28 million between now and at some future point in time when we go out for further?
So that money right now is what's paying for all of the work related to all of the new design work that you're wanting to do for elementary, high school. All of that cost is being charged to that account. So that would be a big component of it.
Well, that's certainly not going to be 28 million.
No, it's not.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it really, at this point, it's not been identified for a specific purpose until we identify what next project. So that could be used for land acquisition or engineering work, all the things necessary to get us to the next school.
Now,
which we'll be spending relatively quick. The truth is for a high school that's going to be built somewhere for 29, 30 occupancy, we really need to be getting going pretty quickly here. Terry continues to tap on us about timelines, and that does seem like a long way out, but The build out is a couple of years, just the actual construction is a couple of years. When we talk about design, when it goes through DSA and all of those things, that takes a couple of years. So that's why we're already starting to push up to those timelines. So this pot of money, and as we know, just the purchase of the land will exceed whatever's here.
If I recall at a prior board meeting, I think it was maybe Matt had mentioned that we can't just buy land and sit on it. It has to be built upon within a certain time period. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a time period. If we have surplus property, then the state will start charging us if we have land that's not used for any type of purposes.
And we can work around those things. I know
It's not a huge cost.
Yeah, we get taxed more or less if we don't use the land for educational purposes by a certain point. But there is the ability.
What's the time that?
2 years.
2 years?
Is it
3 years? 3 years.
3 years? Okay. So we're being told by the experts over there 3 years. But what you can do is you can file a waiver. You can house certain district equipment on there. I know other districts have put portables out there and then used it as a maintenance storage area, and then that allows you to bypass the tax. I don't think that's a hindrance to the ability to buy land early or not. Obviously with the purchase of the land, we're responsible for maintaining or any issues that come up with the land, when it comes to fire mitigation or those kind of things. But other than that, there isn't. Other than also, then the dollars are locked in and you don't have cash flow for other purposes. That's where it came in, because when one of our conversations last couple of years was, when is the right time to buy the land? Because once you lock those dollars in, that's great, but then you don't have that cash flow for other needs associated with projects. So, other questions before I move on? Okay. And so, this slide you're probably familiar with. I brought this up before, is some of the funding issues associated with let's say it this way. A normal school district, Folsom Cordova is not normal. We know that. We're special. We're unique. But most school districts do not have school facility improvement districts. They do not have SFIDs. They have a district that they assess tax on throughout the district, and then when they pass a bond, that allows them to assess the tax rate among everybody, the entire community that is in there. And that helps so that then when there are facility needs, be it a new construction, be it modernization of existing facilities, anything in between, all of the taxpayers within the community share in that cost. What we have with SFIDs is that it is defined by geographic area specific boundaries, right? And the taxes are only for that area, and then the proceeds, the dollars, are used only for those facilities within that area, right? The issue we have with SFID 3 is we have these costs to build a school that are in the hundreds of millions of dollars, or $80 million for an elementary, or whatever the case may be, but more or less hundreds of millions of dollars, and that we do not have enough built-in assessed value within that area already to cover that cost and not increase tax rates significantly, right? So the way it works is, say we sell a bond for $1 million, and we have over 30 years, we pay that off, right? We have the principal and interest, just like you have with a mortgage or anything else. You pay that off over the life. And that cost is shared among everybody that has assessed value. So that's commercial, and that's residential, and everybody else, that they're all paying. And that's what we talk about when we talk about tax rates. It's per $100,000 of assessed value. And so, unfortunately, SFID 3 doesn't have enough assessed value to be able to issue more debt without increasing the tax rate significantly. So that's kind of where we are at. And we have a couple of scenarios that we're going to walk through of, if we want to access that $545 million we talked about, what does that mean for the tax rate for the community in SFID 3? Okay, so that's kind of where we're going to talk about. The idea here is, ultimately, we're going to dive into it. Do we want to look at issuing existing the existing remaining authorization of SFID 3 through Measure M, Or do we want to look at other measures or other means to potentially fund the construction of these schools, which could be looking at going to different SFID models, looking at a district-wide bond, looking at other solutions versus just issuance of the existing authority. That's kind of what I'm leading into, so I'm just giving you kind of preference of that conversation. Everybody good with that? Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is just showing the assessed value
Sean,
history. Yeah.
Sorry, maybe you're gonna get to this.
Yeah.
On that last one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have an idea on that second main bullet point, what a bond of $60 per $100,000 of assessed value in SFID 3 would generate?
Just SFID 3, I know we had that calculation. When we looked at the number, it was not, I don't have the number off the top of my head though, but I can tell you that it wasn't sufficient to be able to issue enough authority to be able to do any kind of large construction project. Okay. So you can see our assessed value history. So prior to 2006, you can see it was a little over $1 billion. And right now we're at about $4.6 billion. That is continuing to grow as new construction, new development happens, both commercial and residential. Some of information just here that for reference, you can, I'm sorry guys. There you go. Thank you. You can see that we just use some information here when we're projecting assessed value. Again, this is houses being built out. What is the value of the house? And then correspondingly, that increases the assessed value, right? So everybody good with that? We have estimates. Average for Folsom was 850, Rio Del Oro 750. We're using very round numbers. I'm sure there's more precise. But the truth of the matter is even if this moves 10% one way or the other, the end result is about the same, right? So we can get into the weeds on some of these things, but conceptually the idea here is we're trying to give you an example kind of at a high level using round numbers to give you kind of an idea of what the impacts are. So continuing on, just a little information. So Chris and Tony from TGent are on and they're probably listening to me right now. So I'm presenting their slides, so I'm doing the best I can on this one. But really, there are two main sources for debt issuance of a general obligation bond. And you can do a combination of both, or you can do just one. One is a current interest bond, which is more of the traditional methodology. You make payments each month, right? And you're making the payment over the time, and then that's the standard process. There is called a CAB, which has some negative connotations to it, which is a capital appreciation bond. And these were the bonds back in the day where you make no payment at all and you make a large lump sum payment at the end. And we heard stories about this, especially down in Southern California, where we heard some rates of return of 16 times the original principal, some of those numbers. We've even had some of those historically in our district previously in some of our bond issuances. And the state has now put clear regulations on that. They have to be now, they can't be more than, I believe it's 4 times the principal at the payout at the end can't be more than 4 times the rate. There is also requirements that the bonds have to be what are called callable, meaning after a certain amount of time, we can refinance and pay those off so that if we can get a lower interest rate, we can pay those off. So there's certain legal requirements that have made them more secure, safer as a possible option, okay? And so, but what the CAB allows you to do is, in the scenario that we have, which is we have assessed value has not been there, but we have need right now, by postponing when you have payments, what that allows you to do is not have to make payments for a shorter period of time, right, in the near future, and then you have a larger payment at the end, but by then you have a much larger assessed value to make that payment over. Is that okay for everybody? In essence, it allows you to ultimately pay more, but pay it when it's going to cost less for an individual homeowner. But combined, as all taxpayers combined are going to pay a combined total that's greater than that. So I want to make, I'm not sugarcoating any of these things. I'm not supporting one or the other. I'm just explaining the financial systems and those options. So we're going to look at a couple of scenarios. We're going to look at one scenario where we do interest, just the regular current interest bonds, the traditional payment schedule. And what you see here is there's some assumptions here. We have AV growth of 10% for the next 5 years, 4% annually after. That's an important factor, though. That's a really critical thing, because the assumptions we use for that are what we build the bond program off of to determine the tax rate going out into the future. And so if we are calculating and we're too aggressive or the numbers don't happen, we have a same thing we had before, like a real estate bubble, and assessed value rates don't hit the numbers we say, or then what will happen is there's less assessed value, so more or less the tax rate then has to go up, because the payment stays the same. The amount we have to pay each year or each month for our payment, it's yearly really, each year stays the same. So if more assessed value happens than what we project, then the payment goes down, because there's more people, individual payment goes down because there's more people to pay it, or more assessed value to pay it, I should say. Is that okay for everybody? It's the set number is how much you have to pay each year. The amount that each person has to pay is dependent upon the assessed value moving up or down. Okay? And so with this, if we were to try to do two issuances of, you can see Series E and the Series G, we would have two issuances, 25 and 28, and that would then potentially get you enough money with that, plus developer fees, plus state funds, to potentially be able to do the high school and some of the timelines that we're looking at. You would see that the rate would jump from the current rate of around $200 and some change to $580 per $100,000 of assessed value for everybody in SFID 3. Now keep in mind, that's not for just a year or two or three, that's all the way out till 2048. Right? So that would be the tax rate for 2048. And that's before coming back and having conversations about this amount of money is not going to build all the schools on that timeline, so that you still have to come back and talk about that. So you can see how that tax rate and then continuing to grow that tax rate is going to be a difficult situation at best, right? And so this is something, we're talking about what school and where and when, but the truth is we really need to talk first about how do we even fund the schools, right? And that's why we're having this conversation. Okay? So this is an example of current interest bond only option, right? So the next option is an option where we use current interest bonds with some caps, right? Capital appreciation bonds. And you can see it's about 76% current interest bonds, 24% caps. I will also share that this is based off of interest rates. Interest rates has actually dropped some since this information was done. So you could see a little bit, but again, going from 580 to 572 is probably not going to make a difference in the conversation, right? So we're trying to talk about big picture, kind of structurally what we're looking at. But if we were to do a combination of interest bonds and cabs, we could potentially look at somewhere around $500, but it also does push out the payments out further as well, pushes out 6 years further. And so really, when we do this, and obviously these are specialists that are in the marketplace that do this, what you're looking at is when we sell $273 million in bonds, we're not selling one bond. We're selling some short-term bonds and we're selling some long-term bonds, and we're selling some capital appreciation bonds and current interest bonds. So it's a combination of all of these things that builds it so that we get it to a place where when the debt service is due each year, it adds up to the dollar amount that we're trying to get to, okay? But even in this scenario, you're looking at a $500 rate. Don't forget, we still have SFID 1 and 2 that goes on top of it, which was $20 and $30 per $100,000. And also the total repayment is closer, you can see it's a 2.88 to 1 ratio, so it's almost a 3 to 1 ratio. So that means for the principal, you're paying 3 times on interest. Whereas on the previous slide, it was a 2 to 1 ratio, right? Because again, that capital appreciation and pushing the bonds out further, right? And so we want to be transparent to our taxpayers on that and the impact to that. That means they're going to be paying, more interest. Now, as an individual taxpayer, for me at my home, I would pay less, but as taxpayer as a group, we would pay more. Is that okay for everybody? That's how that model works. So on the next slide, we used assumptions, and so Keygent provided us some other, so we assumed assessed value growing at 10% for 5 years and then 4% annually thereafter. hopefully that's a conservative number. We would want to, hopefully we can say assessed value, because I think last year's assessed value went up, was it 20-something%? I think we had it a few slides back, I forget what it was. It went up 28%, right? And so we're hopefully, our conservative number of 10%, hopefully that assessed value being significantly higher would then lower the tax rates, right? But you can see here some scenarios if the tax rates ended up being lower than what we project, you could see the tax rates going up, right? And that's really what's happening with all of these scenarios. When we come out with a document saying what we anticipate the tax rate is going to be, we try to use conservative assumptions so that we don't exceed that rate. But however, Measure M at this point is exceeding that rate. And that's because the issuances and the cost associated with the debt service is greater than the assessed value growth that we anticipated to pay for that debt service. So this just is more of just scenarios for you to understand that if assessed value grows at a faster rate, tax rates go down. If they are at a lower rate, rates go up. So, we're making a lot of assumptions on that. So, okay?
And you said on the previous slide, I think scenario B, that's an additional 8 years compared with
6 years. I think it's 6 extra years, okay. Yeah. And again, this tax rate would be ongoing, that rate. Obviously, if assessed value grows, right, we would hope that it grows faster and the rate would be lower. But realistically, that rate would be somewhere in that ballpark range for the next 20 plus years, right? And again, at some point, we have to ask the community to continue, if we have the need for those schools, we will have to ask them to help us build more schools, right, and go out for additional bonds. So, all right. So kind of impacts of all of these conversations. I guess the best place to start is to recognize that the tax rates that we're talking about, I think we need to, at least within the Folsom Ranch area, and we need to work with our partners in the city of Rancho Cordova as well to find out impacts for them. But in the Folsom Ranch area, we have communicated with the developers and the city, and we are aware that they have a more or less a cap on the tax rate that they want within their community of not to exceed 2%, I believe. Is that right, Jerry? 2% is what the Folsom planning area specifically calls out for. We've heard 1.8 is kind of the limitation of where they want, but 1% right off the bat is your ad valorem tax. That's the regular tax that everybody pays, right? Your Prop 13 tax. So then on top of that, if we were to potentially charge $580, we're almost another 0.6% of the 1.8 or 2% number. And that becomes a problem because on top of that, we have to remember that there is also the community colleges. They have bonds, right? There are normally bonds associated with potentially development by the developers to be able to do the infrastructure projects that they need. There is the cost associated with potentially there is bonds passed for the CSD for the parks and the other fire and all of those services. And so, I think if the board was to take action and say, yes, we want to issue additional dollars from the authorization we have from Measure M, we definitely want to have a conversation and dive into that with the city and our developers on the impact of that before the board would potentially make that decision. Would be our recommendation as staff. The other issues we have is right now when it comes to bonds, the market is all over the place. We believe that we have seen kind of a downward trend on interest rates, as I shared. But if interest rates at any point were to spike before we do our next issuance, obviously that increases the tax rate because it increases the total debt service that we have. So the numbers we're providing are a snapshot. So we want to recognize that as well. Ultimately, what it would work best is to push out as far as possible the timeline of when we issue our next debt, or find a way to increase the assessed value that the debt is being paid off of. Those would be the solutions, right? The further out you push it, it benefits you because assessed value continues to grow. However, The offsetting impact of this is, as we've talked about, the further you push out, that same building costs more, right? So you're kind of caught either way. And so that's something we have to take in consideration as well. The other piece when it comes to increasing the assessed value, really, you either have to wait until new development happens or you have to expand the area that the bond is impacting, right? And so that's the conversation to have with the board and the community or whoever we feel is the appropriate next steps for that process. We've had conversations. I've talked to community members. There could be multiple ideas. There could be a district-wide bond. There could be more or less what was SFID 1 and 2 could be bond areas again. City, we could work with our city councils. They potentially, historically, when Folsom Cordova originally could not pass a bond in the district, the city of Folsom actually passed a bond and helped pass a bond that the city initiated that was for schools. The impact of any of these things and the impact of why we have SFIDs is each component of the community has felt that they wanted control over those dollars and to ensure that those dollars went specifically to their community or their area. And that's been the biggest issue with passing a bond as Folsom Cordova as a whole. And so that's the history that we've talked about and some of the issues we've talked about. So, David?
Yeah, I know we've mentioned the cities having the potential option to issue bonds. My understanding, I could be wrong, but I recently was informed that when the city of Folsom annexed the land south of 50, they had to amend their charter to get the annexation through, and part of that change to the charter was that the city would not spend any additional money for a city bond for the construction of any schools south of 50. So I don't think that's an option for the city of Folsom. Okay. I might have that completely all backwards and wrong, but I think that's a conversation that if it hasn't happened with the city of Folsom, we should probably clarify that.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, all of these things are, I want to be clear, these are just conversation points for us to bring forward to the board, right? None of these things are being decisions or being made at this point in time. As staff, our intent is to try to provide the board as every conceivable option that's realistic to give you potential solutions to this issue, because this is going to be a huge hurdle, right? This is a huge process for us as a district, and it's probably one of the most significant decisions that as a board you will have to make is how to be able to fund these schools going forward. So, and so any other questions on this before I kind of already jumped into my next slide, which is kind of where we are for next steps. We've already started redesign of our new schools with the intent of trying to reduce cost, as we've talked about. We will continue to do that. At this point, Matt, do you want to talk about what we have the architects doing on this for design purposes?
Yes, we've hired new architects. We will be working with them on some redesign of schools. We'll be looking at redesign of the elementary school, the high school. When some decisions are made on that, we'll be looking at how we can better efficiently work that. We're going to be working with a third-party value engineering firm, which we are in the process of interviewing now. So we'll have new architects, new value engineering firms, be working closely with Terry Jameson on looking at the additional ways that we can better provide these products. And in addition to that, Sean is also working with our financial advisors as well.
So on the financial advisor side, obviously we're working on scenarios of trying to fund enough dollars to be able to do the projects. Some of the other things that we can look at, and again, this is just communicating to you, I think we have to do a lot of due diligence on this, but if there is a need for a 2029 timeline for the building of a high school, and we don't have the dollars available to us, we can look at other funding mechanisms in the short term. We have in the past in this district used certificate of participations. Think of it similar to like a line of credit. They upfront cash flow or bond anticipation notes, similar idea. They're tied to future dollars. They more or less, it's a higher interest rate, but it allows you to access dollars when you need the funds. Normally when there's a shortfall between tax issuances or next bond issuances, things of that nature. The downside of those is if they're tied to passage of a future bond or some other mechanism and those dollars don't happen, the bond doesn't pass, we don't receive the dollars, then the cost is still there and it impacts the general fund. The unrestricted general fund would have to pay for that debt service. So I wouldn't say it's something I would recommend by any means, but when we look at all scenarios, we will provide that information to the board unless you specifically say that's not something you want to look at. But at this point, I think every option needs to be on the table for discussion to try to find how we can finance and move forward on this. The other components that we need to look at is really what would the board like information-wise, community input-wise, city-wise, developer-wise. We have a lot of different stakeholders. We can go about this in a lot of different ways to gather the information needed to provide what the board needs to make a decision on, issuing some of the Measure M dollars or not, whether or not going out for a new bond is a better option. Realistically, to go out for a bond, we'd be looking at 2026. Okay, 2024 is already a tight timeline, and we are already doing a bond for SFID 4. So that would be probably, and it has to be during a general election cycle. So it would be either March or November, due to the fact that we would realistically go for a Prop 39 bond, the 55% bond, because the 2/3 bond is not a realistic expectation in the current environment either, which would also cap us at the $60, right? So we have to talk about that of that $60 threshold and the assessed values associated with that.
And even if we did that district-wide, we might not have the funding we need.
Well, I think district-wide, we would have sufficient funding to do, I believe, and we'd have to look at that, because part of it is if you do a district-wide bond, you have to ensure that everybody feels that they've gotten something from the bond. That's the whole idea behind it, right? And so you have to build out the part of the bond program. You have to build it out in a way that every portion of the community feels that they are receiving something. Now, we also have to realize it's not going to be apples to apples, because a new school costs a lot more than a modernization of an existing school. That gets into the philosophical, moral decision-making components of, do I support all students or do I only support mine? And some of those things that come along with those things. And so, that takes a lot of talking and communicating with all of the stakeholders and community folks to understand that it's good for all students, versus one or another. So, and so if we were looking at that 2026 timeline, we do have developer fees and some remaining dollars that we could probably use to continue some of the process, but we would really need that 2026 deadline so that we could then do the major contracts associated with contractor, starting land acquisition, site building, those kind of things. So, and then also beyond this conversation, which obviously is a priority, we have also the outstanding conversations about where are the schools going to be located, and what kind of schools are we wanting to do a phase school? There are conversations about a K-8 school or a middle school, high school model, some of those things. Now, we're working on designs for some of those so that we can provide that information. But the truth is that decision, we know, ranges in excess of, for high school, $300 million. And so regardless of where the school's located, we have to figure out a solution on how that funding mechanism is going to work and the process for that. So I leave it to you for questions and next thoughts. And
you have any questions from the board that haven't been answered yet? Mr. Clark?
Yeah, Mr. President. Now, you mentioned community input, and I mean, if you look at the room, we're probably going to get a lot of community input, but have we ever thought about putting together maybe a community group of both sides to maybe sit down and figure out what would work best? Because somebody's going to win on this, somebody's going to lose. I mean, the way that I'm looking at it right now, it's going to be either in one area or another. If we can do both, that would be great. But the way that these numbers are looking right now and the projections, it's not going to work. Another thing that I'm kind of concerned about, and I don't think anybody has addressed this, is, we're looking at a reorganization of this district and possibly a split. How does that fit in? I mean, if we are going through all this stuff and all of a sudden we're splitting the district and who's going to pay for what, how is this going to work? I mean, nobody has actually addressed that. And I think we're kind of, it's great that we're looking at building schools. We know that these schools are going to be capped and, overpopulated. But what happens if, for some reason, the district splits?
Sure. So the first question with regards to a committee, no, I don't know if historically the district has had a committee to talk about facilities and SFID 3 specifically. If that is a direction of the board, we would definitely take that task on. Getting appropriate representation from each side of the community and all of those things, we can facilitate that. We can facilitate the meeting. We can bring those groups together. Obviously board voice would be very important in that conversation as well. But we'd be more than willing to do that. I know we've had community members who have organized and they've started conversations, and so I think using that as an opportunity to continue that conversation, city councils as well. I think all of those things are very doable activities. We can definitely work on that. I can't guarantee that we can provide a solution, but we can definitely at least start those conversations and try to work through the scenarios and the needs and all of those pieces. That's definitely something we can do if that's the direction the board wants to give us, for sure.
I mean, and that's what we're talking about here, is trying to get both communities to work together. And I know there's been talk about the communities of Rancho and the communities of Folsom getting together to talk about what would work best, not only for their area, but for both areas. So I don't think it's ever happened, but wouldn't that be nice to sit down to the table with both groups and just talk about what could happen?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, this is a little too big of a group probably to have that meeting.
Absolutely.
But, we can definitely do, if the board wants to provide us some clarity on, who the representative members would be and how we would want to identify who we reach out to have those conversations, we could definitely do that. That's something we could work on for sure. With regards to the reorganization, I don't want to overstep the conversation that's going to be coming up. We have a study session, our 5th board meeting of the month I believe it's on the 29th, that we will have school services providing us the analysis of the feasibility study of that. Mm-hmm. One of the items that they will cover is the splitting of debt service and those things. I will tell you that there are experts way beyond me that can speak to more succinctly about that. But my understanding is that, when it comes to existing debt service, there's a responsibility, obviously, that has to be paid off for all of those things. When we're talking about reorganization, we're looking at more or less a split between Rancho Cordova and Folsom in some way geographically. We don't know what that would be. It depends on who would initiate that request if it occurred. They would determine that. But in essence, if it was to split, really SFID 1, 2, 4, and 5 would split along those boundaries for the most part, so there wouldn't really be too much of an issue there. It would be SFID 3 that would be, and what you're talking about there is how would that distribution occur and be broken out? And it's a good question. I couldn't give you a definitive answer at this point on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. President? Yeah. Sean, and I apologize, I forget what it's called, but when we finish the construction of a new school, don't we get some type of share from the state?
We do. There
What's
is
that called?
There is a state reimbursement for, state grant for, Jared, do you want to speak to it a little bit? Matt, do you want to speak to it instead? I think Jerry's under the weather.
Yes, we're very active in the state program, so there's a certain eligibility. We filled out eligibility documentation. There's new construction funding, there's modernization funding. And at the closeout, we do receive state funding based on eligibility, how many construction grants we have. The timing of that depends on the state program, when the state bonds have to pass. So sometimes, you can get it 1 to 2 years, sometimes it could be up 3 to 4 years later. That's, we just are now receiving funding, correct, for Mangini Ranch. We just received funding for that, and that was completed over 2 years ago. So
How much was that?
15 million?
15 million?
Yeah.
So presumably Alder Creek would generate
Similar, maybe a little more,
maybe
perhaps.
a little more?
Yeah.
15, 16?
Yeah.
All right. I have a couple of questions and maybe a couple statements. But if you go to page 33 or slide 33. Yeah, what concerns me about this slide, and I'm going to be referencing the 28 million outstanding as well.
Okay.
What concerns me on this slide is, and I understand it's not written in stone, it's just right now, at least one potential option, but we could go different directions, is that if you add the dollar amounts up, before you even get to 2032, where the first school is opened in, or construction starts in Rancho Cordova, you have, well, assuming we could even utilize the full 750 million, we've already surpassed it.
Yep.
So that's,
But it also, we do also have developer fees.
Right.
And we also, have some state match monies there, so that is a component of it. But yes, the truth is there is insufficient funds to do all the projects.
right. So let me go backwards now, back to slide, we'll start it off at slide 3.
Okay. Clicking as fast as I can.
All right. So what's interesting on this map is, I wish I had a pointer, but North Douglas, it's a development that's triangular shaped. I don't know, is there any way to highlight that? Probably not.
I can go to the page for it.
Well, I wanted to point out on the map. So
okay.
you got that triangular shape, which is along the southern border of the orange line that goes across. It's green. It looks like a green pie shape. But what's interesting on this map, and it kind of goes to the point that you made, which was that the district was not aware of the preserve, because the preserve is not listed on this map. And the preserve, it goes immediately to the north of North Douglas. Now, North Douglas is already constructed, as you pointed out in the slides. So I guess move to slide 6. So slide 6, that's been fully constructed since 2019. It was first built and homes were built in 2015. And, as you correctly point out, the elementary school is Navigator. This does have 664 housing units here. 664 housing units. And then go to the slide 7. So slide 7 basically sits on top of North Douglas. So it's essentially one neighborhood once it's combined between the two developments. And this has an aggressive build time of first homes built next year, and the full development is finished by 2028 for 439 housing units. Now, between the two, and it's a pretty dense community between North Douglas and the preserve, that's, I think if I did my math correctly, it was like 1,102 houses. I live in Prairie Oaks development, and Prairie Oaks development has 1,000 housing units. We have an elementary school in that development. There is no elementary school that was planned for North Douglas because the feeling at the time was, and I suppose still is that it would get absorbed in Rio del Oro. We didn't even know about the preserve when this decision was made not to put an elementary school in North Douglas because, yeah, that doesn't make sense when you only have 649 housing units. But now that you have 1,100 housing units in what is essentially going to be a single neighborhood, it does not have an elementary school. And the closest elementary school that is targeted for these 1,100 homes is Navigator, which is 6.1 miles from this neighborhood. 6.1 miles. I don't think there's another elementary school that we have in the district where we're transporting 1,100 homes 6.1 miles. Usually, the elementary schools are designed throughout the district, whether in Rancho or Folsom, that conceivably, if the parents wanted the children to walk to school, they could walk to school. So I'm wondering, back to the $28 million, I know you were asked the question, what can we build for $200 million for a high school? I guess my question is, what can we build for $28 million? And it's not really $28 million because we just found out we're going to get 15 and 16 from Alder Creek and Mangini Ranch. So that's 30. So it's 30. So what can you build for an elementary school for roughly $65 million? Or an earlier question I asked was regarding, have we ever phased an elementary school? Is it possible to phase an elementary school to get the cost down? Is it possible, and you had raised, which I hadn't even thought about, was building temporary buildings. Is it possible to keep the cost down, that we maybe build a permanent building, which is the multi and maybe the admin and maybe one classroom unit, and then fill in with temporaries to keep it affordable. But from my personal opinion is we cannot look at a $750 million or a timeline where we do not build something in Rancho Cordova. I'm also concerned that, with this development that we weren't even aware of, the preserve, that you have 1,100 households that are not serviced by an elementary school. I'm concerned that the $28 million is just sitting out there, and we're not, if we were looking at a middle school or a high school as the next phase of construction, we couldn't use that $28 million, even if you added the $30 million that we're getting from Mangini Ranch and Alder Creek. We would still have to encumber more or issue more bonds, or I guess access our bonds, to be able to have the funds to be able to build a middle or a high school. So I guess my observation is, rather than let that $28 million sit out there that we've already encumbered and let years pass where that $28 million builds less and less and less and less, what if we think outside the box and figure out how the very next construction that we build in our district is in Rancho Cordova? It's an elementary school for this development between North Douglas and the preserve, to service these 1,100 houses, that they would have a neighborhood school there. That would eventually, as Rio del Oro expands, we could obviously have some students from Rio del Oro presumably going there as well. But, that's, I guess my initial observation. Obviously, if you look at these numbers, I mean, I think it becomes a little bit more obvious where the high school and middle school perhaps needs to go. You know, I mean, obviously, it's not for tonight's meeting to make that decision. I just want to find some way that we can get some bond dollars as soon as possible used to build a facility in Rancho Cordova before that bond money is not available because of the cost of construction elsewhere, as well as avoiding the diminution of the 28 million that we've already encumbered just sitting out there. You know, as I always love to say, you know, I'd love to challenge staff to think outside the box, to figure out how we might be able to do something unique that that addresses at least a conceivable need that we have within the next 3 years in an area of the district where there really is no services. So those are my comments and questions for right now. Thanks.
Mr. Reed, can I
Yeah.
just, I'd love to have a chat about this a little bit, just
Yeah.
to clarify some pieces on it. So with regards to the building of an elementary, our demographics don't show a need for an elementary in Rancho Cordova till 2032. So, you know, we can definitely do that if that becomes the priority for the district but what we would need to do is we would need to either you're going to bring students that we were planning to have capacity at Navigator or another campus to there, which would then lower enrollment at those campuses. And so that's not going to net any real gain for where the need is, which we show as high school. So that's the only problem with accelerating that school earlier than needed, right? And that was the conversation we talked about. So, and one of the things we've identified before is specifically on the Rancho Cordova side, we see that our campuses are actually on a campus-wide average less students per campus. That would actually even make that number even less.
Well,
you see what I mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
except for we haven't really even, it's a separate conversation for a separate day with a separate SFID in discussing SFID 4 and what we might need to do long-term to make those campuses more filled.
Yeah.
And one of the, especially with SFID 4 bond that we're talking about, which would be major renovations to existing Rancho Cordova schools. I mean, we have a very small facility at Mather Heights, which is landlocked. We don't have a lot of land there to redesign, redevelop, and, you know, is there an outside of the box where we basically close and move those students to a brand new elementary school? And conceivably, you know, whether it would be this, having those students go to Navigator or having those students go to a future elementary school in SFID 3. I mean, it really worries me that we're going to ask the taxpayers of Rancho Cordova to get behind a pretty expensive SFID 4 bond. And I've seen this happen, not necessarily at this district, but I've seen it in other districts where they spend a lot of money because all of a sudden they got this bond to renovate and improve a school, and then ultimately realize within 10 years this school is not sustainable and they close it, even though they just spent millions of dollars to upgrade a school that they're going to then close because long-term it's not sustainable. So I think this is a broader conversation than just SFID 3.
Okay.
It has to do with all the elementary schools in Rancho Cordova and what makes sense for those schools when we're looking at improvements to existing schools and what we might have to do in order to get enrollments higher. Yeah, but that's a long-term, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification.
Yep.
Mr. President, if I may, thank you, Mr. Reed, for that comment. And was there an option on the table, and I think I heard this, that maybe we look at one of our schools becoming a K-8?
Yes.
Do
yeah.
we look at that?
Existing schools or new schools? Or?
Is existing.
Yes, that is a discussion that we've been having. It's part of the process that we're looking at when it comes to the SFID 4 bond. So we have a little more information that will be coming at the next regular board meeting. We are going to be talking about SFID 4 and some information about the bond, survey information, and a high-level overview of what the analysis we're coming back with when it comes to facilities. So that is something that we are talking about, yes.
So just for clarification, it's still on the table?
Yes, for sure.
Okay,
for
all
sure.
right, thank you.
Until the board takes it off the table, it's always on the table.
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of chime in here too, just as we're talking about impact for students. The kids who are at Somerset and riding the buses over to Navigator are currently being bused. It's taking an hour. So when we're talking about neighborhood schools and things like that, those kids are not in a neighborhood school by any sense of the imagination. So, if we're talking about putting, Mather Heights in this whole area and things like that, I think we need to look at those busing times and things like that as well. Because I mean, for a little to be on a bus for an hour is just, that's too extensive and that's way too long. So I think it's a broader conversation. Now, I know we're talking about capacities and things like that, but we're also talking about, I think, to Ms. Lofthouse's point of what's actually good for our kids too. So, I mean, I think we have to kind of weigh those things out as well. So I would definitely be interested in looking to see, what in our conversation on the 18th with the bond is coming up, and with this conversation, maybe joining some of those kind of conversations together a little bit to see how we can kind of rectify that situation, because that's way too long for kids to be on buses. So.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I'll take it out to public comment in just a moment here. A couple things before we do that. I do want to say we're really glad you're here. I think you all know as well as we do, this is a issue that there's no great answer to. So we're trying to find the best one we can. But we do value hearing from you on this. So thank you for those who have already spoken and those who are who are here tonight. A couple of other reminders. We're asking people that not to yield their time. Everybody will have 3 minutes to speak for themselves. And we will try to cut it off right at 3 minutes to be respectful of everybody else's time, because there are several people that want to speak tonight. Last thing I'll say is we also realize that this is not an ideal situation for an actual discussion with the public. Public comment, you're allowed to speak with us. We're not really allowed to comment back. So I just want to recognize that. We hear you. If we're not answering your questions, it's not because we're not hearing you. It's just the format that we have to follow. So with all that being said, I'll take it out to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board to look to see if we can give some direction to the district in terms of moving forward with a couple of these items. First speaker will be Justin Long, followed by Jaspreet Hundal.
Good evening, Madam Superintendent, members of the board. I'd also like to recognize the members of the Folsom City Council who are here. My name is Justin Long. I'm a resident of Folsom Ranch, and my children are enrolled in the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. I would also like to cordially welcome the members of concerned parents of Elk Grove School District who are here for some reason. I'm not too sure. Anyway, I'd like to point out that this presentation has caused quite some concern. It's quite alarming to look at the numbers. It's quite alarming to look at some of the projections. And it's quite alarming to see just how tight of a timeline we have. I spoke to this board back in October as a captain of the Navy, saying that we had data that showed that Folsom Ranch was growing significantly faster than had been projected. And these new updated numbers show that. And we still think that they are soft. If I could bring up slide 14 while I'm talking. I'd like to talk about aspirational versus reality. The aspirations of what may or may not happen in certain areas of SFID3, what aspirationally might happen with some of the builders, what might happen with some of the loadout. Look at those numbers in that first column. That is what is actually happening. And we think that those numbers are still soft. Mr. Martin, again, we can't answer questions, but some of us are seeing that the apartment numbers that are going to be built this year, 546 apartments were not accounted for in these numbers. That's an additional 300 to 330 students in Folsom Ranch. We're seeing other numbers for next year. There is a density issue in Folsom Ranch that is not being accounted for with these numbers. Density, multifamily, apartments. The need is now. And if you go to slide 21, we see exactly what the need is. And again, we believe those numbers are soft. You say that we're supposed to get to capacity in 2027. I say that we're going to get there earlier. I say that we're going to get there earlier for these high schools, and that we need it now in Folsom to support what we are trying to do here. We don't want our children to be going to school in portables and hot seating. I have the numbers from the New York City School District when they tried it, when they were 130% over capacity, and we saw that their test scores dipped 14%. Something to think about. Urgency, we need it now. We need it in Folsom, and there's going to be at least 6 or 7 speakers behind me who are going to tell you exactly the same thing and in detail why. Thank you very much.
Jason. Our next speaker is Jaspreet Hundal, followed by Shivani Shah. Welcome.
Thank you. Board members, good evening. My name is Jaspreet Hundal. I live in Folsom Ranch with my wife and 2 children, age 6 and 2. My eldest, he goes to Manjini Ranch Elementary School. I've heard a lot of arguments in previous board meetings about equity and what's equitable, so I want to talk about that for a moment. I've heard some say that Rancho Cordova hasn't received a high school in a very long time, and so that they should get one. That Folsom already has 2 high schools. Why do they need another one? I think it's important to note, though, that when talking about equity, comparing cities and which schools each city has mischaracterizes the issue, and it ignores the reality of the system that we have, specifically SFIDs. When talking about equity, you cannot compare how many schools Folsom has with how many schools Rancho Cordova has. Because like Rancho Cordova, Folsom is splintered into different SFIDs. So for that reason, Folsom residents, for example, paid for Folsom High after Rancho Cordova voted down Measure C in 1992. Folsom residents did this again in 2002 for Vista del Lago. So each of those schools are in different SFIDs, and ultimately this board has to make decisions that are in the best interest of each SFID. So when measuring equity and what's equitable, it's important, and this is what I want to voice to the board, to look at equity not as a comparison between 2 cities, but as between each SFID. Now, the presentation today, I think, ultimately demonstrates that Folsom Ranch has an impending need for a high school, and that should be prioritized. Ultimately, I'm an advocate for giving each community what it needs when it needs it, not based upon wants or desires, but actual needs. Lastly, there's been a lot of discussion about land acquisition costs. And I do just want to highlight real quickly that Folsom Ranch has already paid approximately $60 million in development impact fees, which are used for, to my understanding, outfitting facilities and land acquisition costs. So this money is in addition to Measure M funding. And per FCUSD, as of December 31st, 2023, there's $59 million left in that fund for Folsom Ranch and approximately $10 million in Rancho Cordova. Of course, as future housing development continues and more houses are sold, those development impact fees are only going to continue to increase. And so I think that's a factor that the board needs to consider here, which is that Folsom's already made a considerable investment by and through the development impact fees. Using the development impact fees for the acquisition of land, because Folsom has $59 million presently, means that there's less that you would have to dip into Measure M funds for those, ultimately for the cost of acquisition of land. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shivani Shah, followed by Rondo Nimbrere.
Good evening, board members. My name is Shivani Shah, and I'm a concerned parent of Folsom Ranch. I have two beautiful children, 7 and 4. Today, I'm here to reiterate that both Folsom and Vista del Lago high schools have been over capacity for several years, struggling with everything from parking to sufficient restrooms to cafeteria capacity to handle lunch services for students. Meanwhile, Cordova High School has 889 more student spaces available before it hits capacity. There are only 94 high school students in Rancho Cordova SFID 3 today and 49 middle school students. Cordova High School can easily house these students while Folsom high schools cannot. Capacity at the existing high schools should be a deciding factor in the placement of the first high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rondo, followed by Carlo Della Fuente.
Good evening. I'm a Folsom Ranch parent in FCUSD with 3 children, ages 11, 9, and 7. FCUSD states that Folsom Ranch will need a high school by 2027 or 2031 if they push enrollment an extra 1,600 students at existing Folsom high schools. Cordova's high capacity certification signed by Mr. Matt Washburn is 2862, and their enrollment is under 2,000. They are not at or near capacity. But Folsom high schools are already over capacity by 700 students and have been for years, and FCUSD conservatively estimates growth. Folsom Ranch doesn't need a high school by 2029. We need a high school by 2027 if possible, or by 2028 at the latest. And with continually increasing construction costs, this would save Measure M dollars as well. Avoiding putting high school students in suboptimal campus sizes well above their capacity to the point where FCUSD struggles to feed and find classroom space for them should be a deciding factor in the placement of the first high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carlo Della Fuente, followed by James Garcia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carlo Della Fuente, and I am also a resident of Folsom Ranch for the last 3 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Folsom Ranch community in support of a new high school to be built in the Folsom Ranch area as a top priority for the district to meet existing and future demands that are already in place. I work as a director of business operations for a Fortune 100 tech company and having to oversee billions of dollars of revenue each quarter. Working in the tech industry, we see a lot of change that happens at a very quick pace. There are many bets that we as a company have made that have gone wrong because of changing conditions that change. And that's what we see here today. And the lesson learned is that the most well-intentioned plans for the future sometimes need to change and don't go according to plan. And the data presented here today shows that the market for a future school resides in the Folsom Ranch area. As in my role, I'm constantly looking at data and asking questions to those who own our success metrics to provide data-driven insights to explain what is happening in our business and how we are best utilizing our resources. Similar to the issue of our future schools in FCUSD, those decisions must be data-driven based on real insights that can be verified. The data and insights should then influence new decisions on the organization's priorities and how it utilizes its resources in order to provide our students the best outcomes. In fact, these principles have been adopted by the state's Board of Education and the California Dashboard Principles. While it may not be directly tied to how we prioritize building future schools, at a high level, the guidance is very relevant. Principle 10 says we must promote coherence between data reporting and support and improvement programs. The data you have been presented today shows that we have the need for a future high school in the near future, and that should be prioritized. Principle 11 says the plans are subject to continuous revision and improvement. While I know you're all open to putting together the best plan, the data insights presented to me, it is clear that Folsom Ranch is in need of a high school in the near future. The lesson learned here again is that plans that are made in the past don't always work out in the future. And I'm convinced that a new high school in Folsom Ranch is the next logical step for our district. And I appreciate your support and time this evening. Thank you.
James Garcia, followed by Sung Park. Welcome.
Hi, I'm James Garcia, a member of Stone Creek Residents for Smart Growth out of Rancho Cordova. I'm here because I support the fact that Rancho Cordova really deserves to have a school. Talking about data-driven, Mr. Clark also mentioned about how Measure M, money. If we do not see anything in Rancho Cordova, all of the funds are going to be spent based upon your own slide and projection. How is that fair to any school? I also grew up in the Sacramento City Unified School District, where I was promised a school when I was born. It took 30 years for a school to actually be built due to the fact that funding was gone. No one wanted to buy and build a school in Rosemont. That is where it would have been. It took 30 years for that to happen due to the fact that school ran out of money. The kids were there. There were neighborhood kids. I had to go to 65th Street, go down to Hiram Johnson from Lincoln Village. That is another area. It took forever. Buses, you're talking about buses. We have the kids out there in North Douglas that are having to go an hour away to an elementary school. That is unacceptable. You need to actually have schools locally for everyone. Developers lie all day long. Every single developer will show you a map of a planned area where a school is going to be. When's it going to be built? When you, the board, have the funds. At this point in time, if we were to split due to the fact that we have 4 school districts in our city, where is that funds going to come from? Is every resident in Rancho Cordova SFID 3 going to be reimbursed for funds of a non-issued school? How's that going to work? Or all the Folsom Ranch residents who want to have less than 2% tax rate be able to absorb all of that? It's not going to happen. It's not fair. Annexing. Talking about all of the aspect that that land was annexed and you didn't have that. Anatolia is an area that Rancho Cordova would love to annex into a Rancho Cordova school district. So they don't have to go an hour away to Elk Grove School District. The fact that this bond measure was approved in 2007 and the first school was built in 2021, 14 years later, that is a gross mismanagement of Measure M money. We didn't have any schools here, but it was decided upon by one apartment complex and a mobile home park. That is irresponsible. The district never should have done that in the first place. Where was the need? It took you 14 years to build a school. We need to have a school in Rancho Cordova. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sung Park, followed by Adam Odello.
Good evening. My name is Sung Park from Folsom Ranch. My neighbors, we support schools in SFID 3. We don't want to hog entire Measure M fund. We support schools in Rancho Cordova. We support schools in Folsom. Unfortunately, the need for students are currently in Folsom that we need high school. And we are going to hit the capacity in 2027. And if we don't build a school, high school now, there's about 100 Rancho Cordova students attending Folsom High School right now. They're gonna get kicked out. We want them to finish we want them to graduate from Folsom High School. We don't want school district to kick them out. So we need this high school. And I welcome the idea of Mr. Wade supporting an elementary school that services Somerset Ranch, which is north of Douglas. I really support that. I wish that will be the concurrent project that we build Folsom Ranch High School and the elementary school or the K-8 school near that area. And if we accelerate constructing this high school in Folsom by, say, 2 years, that will put us the cost about $415 million for that school. And they will leave about $130 million that we secure for the school in Rancho Cordova that can be used for building this the school that mentioned by Mr. Wade, or they can be expanded to service larger communities in Rancho Cordova. I think that is fair. But what we need right now is that we need to think about students. We want students to just carry on with their school life. And we have this fund that is available for us to use and build schools, and let's build it. Let's build it quick, and let's have students to just live their life and enjoy their school life from which school they have started, and let them graduate from the school that they started. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Adam Odello, followed by Sarah Aquino. Is Adam here? Does anybody know? All right, Sarah, if you'd like to come up, we'll try Adam in another minute.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Aquino. I'm a member of the Folsom City Council. I represent District 3, which includes all of the Folsom Plan area. And I want to begin by thanking your district staff for the additional research and analysis that they presented tonight. And I want to echo my comments from the October study session that all of us, the City of Rancho Cordova, the City of Folsom, and the school district have to work collaboratively so we can try to stretch these remaining $550 million as far as we possibly can so that all communities get the schools they need when they need them. But I think the data is pretty clear that there is an imminent need for a high school in Folsom Ranch. And I do want to share with you some actual data from our community development department that I got today, so we can compare the development that's actually happening versus the predictions that you have. So you are predicting an average of 650 single-family homes per year. Your actual number for 2023 was 746, and the developer's prediction was 800. The actual number of permits that we issued for single-family homes in 2023 in the Folsom Plan area was 860. That does not include an additional 200 plus apartments that we issued permits for. If you want to look just at certificates of occupancy rather than permits pulled, the number of certificates of occupancy that we issued for single-family homes in the Folsom Plan area for 2023 was 743. So closer to 800 than 650. Looking ahead to 2024, obviously we're only a week in, but I can tell you that we have 5 apartment complexes that have been approved. 2 of them we know, Mangini Place Apartments and Vandale Apartments, are expected to be built and completed in early 2024. That right there is a total of 430 units, but the 5 apartment complexes altogether that have been approved is a total of 1,093. So what I'm going to respectfully ask of your board tonight is to direct your staff to do a second set of enrollment projections using the actual data from both cities for 2023 and then the developers' projections for 2024 and beyond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shauna Mandel, followed by Diana Laney.
Hi, I'm here tonight to speak in favor of a middle and high school in Rancho Cordova. Our children also deserve to go to a school that's nearby their home, as much as anyone who lives in Folsom. Rancho Cordova families have been paying into the district much longer than Folsom Ranch families, but are still expected to wait their turn. The need for a second middle and high school in Rancho Cordova is growing with the new housing development in Rancho Cordova, both within Folsom, Cordova, and the Elk Grove school districts. All of those children live in Rancho Cordova, where this middle and high school should be. Currently, Rancho Cordova has 1 high school that's nearly at capacity, 60 years old. We've heard the story. Folsom has 2 new schools, and it looks like they're going to keep getting schools while Folsom Ranch people say they need more schools, but Rancho Cordova is not getting them. The key reason that we need to build these schools with the available funds now is much like Mr. Reed said before. If you build the schools in Folsom, we won't have the money to build the schools in Rancho, and nobody will come to help those schools be built in Rancho Cordova. And regarding the amount of how much houses are worth, the reason that Folsom has higher housing costs is because there are schools. And if you keep putting schools there and not in Rancho Cordova, that's going to continue to happen. If you build schools in Rancho Cordova, people will move there, and then you will get higher assessed values. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diana Laney, followed by Amy McBride.
Thank you so much for being here. I know that this is a very challenging situation to have two different cities with long histories. You know, I'm a part of the leadership group of the Folsom Ranch community and for SFID. I think that there's a lot of data, there's a lot of feelings here. I know that every parent wants their kids to be able to go to a school, be in that community, to be able to build community and volunteer. I want to reach back out and put it back out again that there's a number of leaders within our group that would love to reach across the aisle to Rancho. We just don't know who those people are. And so there's Rob Plannett, there's Jason Hall, myself, my name is Diana Laney. So if there is an appetite or an interest from the Rancho community to try to have a collaborative discussion, try to have a productive discussion to try to figure out what would be something that maybe we can come and give a different idea or something that's gonna work so that there is a little more of a win-win. We would love to talk to people. The additional thing is that in no way are we saying in Rancho that or in Folsom that we should have all of the money and that Rancho should get nothing. We're parents too. We think that that the school should be built on the need and what is needed for each community. We don't know what Rancho needs. There is data, but there's also what each community is going to say that it needs. So we would love to have those conversations. So again, my name is Diana Laney. I would love to be connected with the right people and so we can try to come together. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And next up is Amy McBride, followed by Greg Muhlenberg.
Hi, I'm Amy McBride. I am a resident of Folsom Ranch and I am a teacher in a neighboring district. I just want to say thank you for all of you being here. Obviously, this is a scary topic for all of us when we're talking about money and schools and all this stuff that's going to happen. And I was really happy that Sean was really digging into those numbers because it's scary to see all those taxes up there for both communities. I also want to say I'm impressed by our students right here, Van and Matthew. It's late on a Monday and you just got back to school. So as a high school teacher, I'm impressed. And I want to say, we've been seeing you since October, so maybe one time we can know what you're going to do after you graduate. You can tell us. So I think that all of that we've seen has spoken to what we can see is needed in Folsom Ranch. But like Diana said, we're not quite sure what Rancho needs, but we want to support what that is. And I just want to reiterate what she said. Rob made an email, and we can share that again. Diana's reached out to the community officer for the district, and we also made a Facebook page that can link us two together. So we really do want to reach out to both communities and see what we can do. And I'm glad the district is talking about all the different redesigns and everything because we both need something out of these funds and we both need schools from it. And that was something I agreed with James about as well. I just wanted to talk about a couple of things here. So one, I want to talk about hot seating. As a teacher, this is kind of a bad issue that I don't like to see. It really does cut down on your teacher retention. If you have a new teacher that has to go to a new room every single hour, they don't get their prep time. It's just bad for all of it. So I would really hope that you can consider not doing hot seating because it's not a good thing. And then I also wanted to comment about, I think what our city councils want to get involved, and I think something that we haven't really talked about is getting our businesses involved in this. There are opportunities, we've seen it in other larger cities, to get our businesses that are coming in to help with schools because they're bringing people in to their jobs and they're bringing students, and that can help us maybe have another source of funding for these schools to get these businesses to help that because businesses hate taxes, but they like to know where their money's going. So you saw it in Cupertino with Apple. They built so much of the infrastructure in that city. Now we're not as big as them, but we have those things and we are growing. So that's something that we could look at. And lastly, On a little bit of a different note, I just want to say we really need to focus on FCUSD here. We've already had a speaker whose students are in Elk Grove, and we have speakers that I see coming up whose students are in Elk Grove, and that they're not part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Greg Muhlenberg.
Greg Muhlenberg, I'm a Stone Creek resident for Smart Growth. And I would also like to say thank you for your service. Lieutenant Colonel, retired Army. West Point, thank you. Okay, what is the kind of school district that we really want? What are we trying to get here? Both cities together. I came from Mason, Ohio, #1 district in the state of Ohio. So I have a little bit of background as far as that's concerned. And it will be incremental, probably taxation to go along with what we need. But what I want to get to here is the age of the Rancho Cordova High Schools, and we've talked about that already. The Rancho Cordova is going to have 600 new employees, federal government, water science for California / NOAA, can be built right next to the military headquarters there. And so that's going to require housing, it's going to require schools. And if you have some nice, good schools, it's going to attract them to stay here. Those educated individuals, those scientists, those planners. There's going to be another SCIF that's going in there, if you know what a SCIF is. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. I do have I currently right now work for U.S. Geological Survey as a real estate individual specialist. I'm going to say that $650 for construction is, I mean, that's what we're paying for labs to be built in Moffett Airfield right now from, getting out of Menlo Park. So that's kind of square foot. I mean, really, we're paying that much per square foot for a school. All right. Annexation of Anatola could be happening. That means more people coming into where? Rancho Cordova. Building modular trailer classrooms. We talked about school teacher. Thank you very much. I don't see that. What kind of, again, quality do we want for a community? Travel distance for students to another is another factor. We've talked about that already. So I just thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is YK Chalamchurla, followed by Nalima Patel.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the board. And thanks for the staff for doing, so much hard work and research and bringing the data. I know you had a previous workshop a couple of months ago. We have a good number of speakers from our rancho, and now you have from Folsom. And the next one could be more from rancho, more from Folsom. That's how it is going to be, right? And we issued a $750 million, and people always talk about the equity. It's important. We have to see both sides of the aisle. And also, it's important to see the graph also. And Mr. Reed's comments are very true alongside the Jennifer's one. Waking up the elementary school kids, putting them on the bus for an hour, no and no. And it's already done once in Rancho, sending Anatolia kids to El Grove. And it's the same time, if we build a high school in Rancho Cordova, we are going to put kids here too, from Folsom to Rancho Cordova. So I know a couple of people recommended, let's put the people together in the room. It's very, very, very important. Let's be the city council members from both sides, be in the room. Talk about the equity, where and what needed. When Sean presented last time for Folsom City Council, I sincerely requested, since the split of the district is on the table, it's important to know who is going to pay what. At the end of the day, the homeowners are going to pay that money. It's unfair to ask from one city to other to provide that services in this city and payment is coming from this city. So that's why we have to bring people together and talk about the equity. And also, from the staff side, I did hear all the great information. Also think about the future SFIDs for the city specific. That way, the people who are paying those taxes can feel my kids are getting from the payments we are paying. At the same time, other friends can see, my Rancho friends, yes, that's fair. And that, just take a look at, I'm looking at all the releases we have done. The next releases is going to be try to bring all the people in the center and talk and sincerely talk about the equity as well. But don't forget that one, we have to release one more. Sooner than later, Folsom needs a high school right away. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nalima Patel, followed by Elena Wagner.
Hi, my name is Nalima Patel, and I live in Folsom Ranch. The demographic data provided by the district shows that Folsom Ranch urgently needs a high school. If Folsom Ranch students do not have a new high school by 2027, we will run out of space at existing Folsom schools. We need to start phase 1 building of the new high school now, so we don't have a crisis where we do not have the school facilities needed for the students in the district. We must act in the best interest of the students and build the schools most urgently needed now. Tents and hot seats are not an option unless the goal is to reduce the desirability of Folsom schools and drive significant numbers of teachers and families out of the area. In 2023 in Folsom Ranch, 746 homes were built. However, instead of applying estimates consistent with historical data, the district estimates for Folsom Ranch decrease and in some years significantly. If the building of new homes ends up being more in line with historical building in Folsom Ranch and new apartments bring in significant additional students, the capacity at Folsom high schools could be reached earlier. It is imperative that we start building a new high school in Folsom Ranch now. Our students will all be adversely affected if these assumptions are incorrect again, or if the demographics of those moving into Folsom Ranch again skew higher than anticipated. I understand that Rio del Oro residents are also paying for Measure N funds, but they do not need a high school and do not have the population to support a high school now. Folsom Ranch does. Rancho Cordova does not need another high school for over a decade, even based on generous FCUSD building projections for Rio del Oro that are not supported by historical data. Only 50 homes were built last year, and 79 in total prior to 2023. This does not support an estimate of 150 new homes per year. Rio del Oro should get a school to support its demographics, which means an elementary school. It could also be designed to flex as a TK through 8 later as the population grows. Rancho Cordova will exceed elementary capacity far before it needs a high school or middle school. While the elementary school is not needed now, it will be needed sooner. And Measure M funds from the later bond issuances can be set aside for only that purpose. The type of school most urgently needed by the community in SFID3 should be a deciding factor on where to place the high school. Building the high school in Folsom Ranch is backed by the demographic data, does not require busing 85% of students, and can result in building schools in both communities with Measure M funds. I ask that you act in the best interest of the students and our district and start building the new high school in Folsom Ranch now. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elena Wagner, followed by Madeline Sanderson.
Good evening. My name is Elena Wagner. I live in FCUSD, specifically in Folsom Ranch, and my children are, 6 and 7, so quite close together at this point before next birthday. Viewing this information, hearing the discussion today, I think it's quite evident that the Phase 1 high school needs to be built in Folsom Ranch. Building it even 1 year sooner and paying the $14 million difference in land acquisition costs out of the development impact fee fund, of which Sean had shared we have $59 million, which is part of what that's for, is to equalize the land acquisition costs between communities, frees up enough money with a balance of Measure M to also cover a comprehensive elementary or K through 8 flex school in Rio del Oro. I think that those numbers work out really well. I've crunched them over and over, and I think we have to think creatively and honor people. And sometimes we might have to overbuild a little bit to honor the contributions of both communities, and we have all talked about it extensively, and we would be in support of that. I hope that you all would be as well.
Thank you. Madeline Sanderson, followed by Crystal James. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Cleggan, President Hui, board and district staff. Before I get started, I do want to share that in Rancho Cordova, we do have students that are actually sitting in portables every day, okay? Every day. My name is Madeline Sanderson, and I'm a Rancho Cordova native and resident with my 4 children currently attending schools within FCUSD. We have had a few study sessions now with this important topic of where to build the next school within SFID3. Again, this is a shared bond in South of 50, which Rancho Cordova and Folsom residents there have been paying into this bond, yet only one side has had 2 new schools built. This has been great for Folsom Ranch, but not for Rio del Oro. I understand why Folsom Ranch residents want to ensure that they have a high school built first, but it is a shared bond, meaning that both sides should have something to show, and right now one has nothing. Yes, we are in need of new bonds for our Rancho Cordova schools. We desperately need money to be able to use on repairs, renovations, and more, which will need to be done through, again, more bonds. The problem is that these bonds must be put on the ballot, and residents need to vote on them. The concerns that myself and many others have is that although we desperately need these bonds to get many projects completed, we need to see that the district is ensuring that there is accountability, making sure that both sides are getting what they need, like when this shared bond, for example. Cost has also been brought up several times, and each time it is the land needed to build the new high school would be less if the district was to be built on the Rancho Cordova side. This cut down costs, which we would need to have happen with remaining dollars with this bonds. And think about property value as well. The building of a brand new secondary school in Rancho Cordova would only improve property value here, which would attract more families. When attracting more families, that brings us more students in our schools. I hope that you guys will take these into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Crystal James, followed by Anna Rohrbaugh.
Hello, everyone. Apologies, I'm not very good at off the cuffs. I'm going to read from my phone. Thank you for being here tonight. I am a Rancho Cordova resident and parent. There are several reasons a new school should be built in Rancho Cordova, but the biggest connecting factor to all of them is that Rancho Cordova community is critically underserved. Right now, some Rancho Cordova students and parents are commuting to middle school or high school up to 25 minutes. The bus commute can be much longer, with some middle schoolers riding the bus up to 50 minutes. I know parents that must take their kids towards Folsom and then turn around and head towards Sacramento for work, which must be really fun. The commute for students going to proposed new school in Rancho coming from Folsom Ranch would be less if parents were heading towards Sacramento, where a lot of the jobs are. Having a school in that same direction of their commute would be helpful. The greater burden for students in this service area would, again, be placed on Rancho Cordova residents if the school was built in Folsom Ranch. Rancho Cordova schools are in need of repairs. Most Folsom schools are new and updated. Rancho Cordova's Cordova High is nearly at capacity and was built over 60 years ago. Again, while Folsom has 2 new high schools in 1998 and 2007. So again, we are underserved. Rancho Cordova residents have been paying into a school bond for 68 years without seeing a return on bond dollars. Again, underserved. Rancho Cordova students have no real choice within the city. Building a second high school or middle school in Rancho Cordova allows children the opportunity to live, learn, and volunteer in their city instead of busing or commuting elsewhere, and therefore having more local options for programs to serve students. We are again underserved. The building of a new secondary school would improve property values for all Rancho Cordova residents and speed up the area development with increased demand. Not that it's not going all right so far. We're really, really improving. I didn't expect it to go as fast as it's gone, and it's been going. But property values and development in Folsom won't be harmed by not adding more schools. It's already a highly desirable area. They already have options. It's a coveted area with the current options that are in place. I want to remind everyone that Folsom Ranch students would be happily allowed into a school in this area, right in the Rio del Oro area. It's not like a matter of hot seating or not having the thing, what's necessary. So we're here today begging the district basically to finally serve schools within our city. They're asking for something that's a minor convenience, having something right in their community. But we need something now, and we've needed something for a long time, and we're tired of being ignored about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up's Anna Rohrbaugh, followed by Heidi Moore.
well, I do public speak, but I am going to use my notes. There's so many issues on this. So my name's Anna. I'm from Folsom. I'm a city council member there, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments earlier. First, thank you for your due diligence in digging deeper in several aspects of this issue. It is not an easy issue. I'm not here to tell you what to do, but to ask you to consider fair and equitable and just options. You are responsible for looking out for the greatest needs of students and what their imminent and future needs are as well. It's clear from the story the demographics told that the imminent need is for a high school to be built in Folsom. The majority of people servicing the debt is overwhelmingly in favor of funding this right now. Rancho residents south of 50, however, also deserve to see something tangible for their funds. Both Rancho and Folsom know that they are going to have to issue new bonds to service any future schools in both areas in the future. And something we should work together on, helping each community get the funding they need in the future. It was said that there will be a loser and a winner. I don't agree. There is a fair and just way forward. I believe the most unselfish thing we could do is to work toward committing a portion of the funds for Rancho to use when their population can adequately fill and sustain it. Rancho deserves to be guaranteed a portion of the funding from this bond to build an elementary at the ideal time in their future, and it's your responsibility to make it happen. The next is to look at the real immediate needs of the students in Folsom, as they are a big part of FCUSD as well. Schools build community and should be located where the need is greatest. It's how neighborhoods and communities are developed and grow, and we need more of this in our lives. At this time, building a high school outside of Folsom is not sustainable and does not solve the population issue of the schools in Folsom where the greatest need is throughout the entire city. The facts, demographics, and numbers prove this out again. Case in point, Folsom would be able to fill a high school immediately, not only serving Folsom Ranch, but alleviating the impending overcrowding of your students in both existing high schools in Folsom and be immediately sustainable in the long term. Folsom would also be able to absorb the entire debt service if the districts do split. Because Rancho would not be able to fill or sustain a population for an elementary immediately, Rancho should have funding guaranteed from this bond for a future elementary in Folsom, and Folsom should have funding now for the next high school. Elementary in the future for Rancho, they get what they deserve, a high school for Folsom, and we get what we deserve. Thank you again for helping make our students in both areas come out with a winning option. Please consider this going forward, where everyone comes out with something they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Heidi Moore, followed by Jenna Contreras.
Thank you. So as you said, my name is Heidi, and I'm a mom of 4 kids in Rancho Cordova. And I've been listening to the comments from Folsom Ranch parents at the last few meetings and today. And honestly, it comes across a little bit arrogant for them to say, we don't want to, we want to have a school right in our neighborhood. We don't want to take a short commute to take our kids to a secondary school. And then today I heard that they don't want to have their kids in portables. But those are realities for Rancho Cordova kids, and it has been for years. And so that just seems a little arrogant and out of touch with the reality of what we're facing on the Rancho Cordova side. So Folsom parents say they deserve the schools because of the amount of money they pay or the amount of students in their neighborhoods. But what they avoid discussing is the reality that Rancho Cordova parents have paid into the shared bond without seeing any new schools. Rancho Cordova watches Folsom get new schools and better facilities. They get Folsom's leftovers. Hundreds of Rancho Cordova parents already commute to Folsom for the opportunity for their children to attend a newer school because Rancho Cordova's schools are always an afterthought. It seems that what Folsom wants is everything for them, gladly taking Rancho Cordova taxpayer dollars. As an important reminder, Folsom already has 2 newer high schools, as we've mentioned, while Rancho Cordova's only high school is more than 60 years old. How is that fair or equitable? And as you've demonstrated again tonight, property is significantly cheaper in Rancho Cordova than Folsom, which means building in Rancho Cordova is more fiscally responsible. As a final point, remember that if you choose to place the new high school in Folsom over Rancho Cordova, it will be near impossible for you to pass another bond of any kind because Folsom, once again, got what they wanted, and Rancho Cordova sees that you do not use their bond dollars for their schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jenna Contreras, followed by Jenny Olson.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for showing up today. I'm from Rancho, and I think there's something that our students learn is that we get ignored, and we aren't, like, nobody cares. That's why Rancho had to become its own city. Now we're talking about making 2 different districts, and you have more information on that than I do. But I would think that if you're paying into something, you have to get some of the money, right? Like, if we're paying into this every year, as they have been since you passed this, and they've received nothing. I've heard parents talk about, like, tonight, like, oh, Folsom needs the high school, and Rancho, you can have an elementary school. Let's be clear, you're getting 2 elementary schools and 1 high school, while we get a smaller elementary school that we're putting in because it makes sense to put it right here. Thanks for the thought. I mean, it'd be nice. Have you seen these schools? You guys have. I don't know if all the Folsom parents, if you guys have seen what Rancho Cordova schools look like. They don't look like your schools. They look nothing like your schools. You guys, your schools look like college campuses, right? Folsom High School is comparable to Folsom Lake College. I attended Folsom Lake College. I think that's fair. That is not what Cordova looks like. It's clear that money hasn't been spent on Cordova unless you talk about the bonds that Cordova citizens pay for. We say, because you're not gonna give us the money, we'll do it. That's how we get our football stadiums. That's how we get computers. That's how we get things, because unfortunately this council doesn't feel the need to allocate the money. Sean Martin gave a wonderful presentation, and what I noticed during your presentation was that you work closer with Folsom than Rancho. Kind of upsetting. I guess we're an afterthought. But I would hope that you can see that people care. I'm from Stone Creek, James is from Stone Creek. Our kids don't go, we're not from Measure M. We're here advocating for our students because someone has to, because we have to. There's no one else to do it. So here we are. My son's sick at home, but I'm here at this meeting so that someone can speak up and say, please spend some money in Rancho. Hi, we paid in. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jenny Olson, followed by Sunny Singh.
I'm Jenny Olson. I didn't write anything down. I really wish I would have, but I thought I should speak. I am a homeowner in Stone Creek as well, but I'm here because I'm a mother of a 7 and 9-year-old who go to Navigator Elementary School. And I've heard a lot today about what's fair and what's equal. And I've tried to teach my kids that what's fair is not always what's equal. And mostly it's because they are fighting and they're like, but you got this and this is bigger than that or whatever. But I just think that this situation is the same. As Jenna was saying, there's been 2 schools built in Folsom. We have projections to have more built in Folsom, and there's nothing happening in Rancho, and I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's equal. I want the opportunity for our community to also have these schools. I considered moving to Folsom. I have friends, one of them's back there, and another one had left, who tried to get me out to Folsom because the schools are really great. And the people are moving there because the schools are really great and the community's built up. I want that same opportunity for our students and our community. So I don't know if the people who are trying to reach across the aisle are willing to talk to the folks in Stone Creek, but I'd be happy to reach across the aisle. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sunny Singh. Sunny doesn't look like is here. Give him a moment. Second chance in a second here. Garrett Gatewood then would be next.
So good news, I think I'm last. So you guys all get to go home after this. I'm sorry, guys. Congratulations, Sarah. Getting out right at the right time. Just joking. No, the seriousness of this is this. Rancho Cordova helped a long time ago at its own expense to help build the Folsom Cordova School District. When Folsom got nothing and had nothing, was a little small city next to the prison, Rancho always stepped up and helped out. That's what we do. That's where we're a blue-collar city full of mostly minorities, disadvantaged youth, and Title I schools. That's what we have. But we always stand by our sides. That's why Folsom, Rancho Cordova, the city, is the one that's been paying for everything in the school district, and yet Folsom has not. Oh, yes. And the reason Rancho Cordova citizens get to stand up and say something, because their dollars have been spent on weight rooms, on advanced stuff, on sending people on school buses. Rancho Cordova steps up. Now we're at a point where they're about to say 9 minutes outside the city of Folsom. That would be what the trip would be, a 9-minute. You know what? Just to make it safer, I will rezone and give Folsom the land and call
Garrett,
it Folsom.
if you just direct your comments to us, that'd be great.
What I need to know is that we're represented. If at this point we come to the end of this and Rancho Cordova has not gotten anything out of this, not a grade school, they're going to get a high school, a brand new grade school, and Rancho Cordova comes away with nothing. That's not fair. What you're saying is our city doesn't mean. And honestly, at this point, it makes the most sense. I agree they need a school. They do, but so do we. It's at this point, this is why the school district is going to break up. We already know it's getting ready to happen. I can taste it in the room. We've now taken two cities and faced it against each other, and we're going to fight it out to see where this high school goes. And wherever that high school goes, the other side is starting the paperwork to start the separation because it's two different cities, and that is okay. We can both stand on our own legs as a cities. It's okay for us to go in different directions. I accept what's getting ready to happen because all I see right now is everyone looking at numbers. I went and called the developer. The numbers are off. The numbers are not agreeable. That $25 million, that's what it costs to buy the land in Rancho. It's almost 3 times that to buy the land in Folsom. So that's okay. We're ready for the separation. Rancho Cordova came alongside. We lifted Folsom up. They're doing amazing. Now let us go so we can rebuild our city and our school district into something amazing and be a partnership. We can still talk to each other instead of adversaries. Because right now, our 0, 1, and 0 schools that are throughout our district are not what's showing up in Folsom. And that's just not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. I have 2 last cards here of names I've already called that were not here. I think I see one more in the back, though. If you want to pass it up front, I'll call these names out, and then we'll grab that one in a moment. And then I'll check in online in just a second. Sounds like we have some comments online. Is Adam Odello here? Still not here. And Sunny Singh. Nothing. Okay, so our last in-person speaker then is Deborah Zomer. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to say I love data. I love the job you did. I love the job you did. And I want to add something totally different to what we have talked today. I want you to talk to them. I want you to talk to the kids. They know what they need. They could perfectly go 4 days a week, like big kids. I'm not talking about the small ones. I'm talking about high school. They perfectly could go 4 days a week. You have 20% availability at the school. Yes, you can use some money from the 28 million because you'll need space for the teachers who are doing this online for this 20% extra space that you're going to have right now in the high schools. But they are different than us. When we were kids, we were immature, we were just kids. They are not like that. I have a 15 years old and 18 years old, so I already have old kids. And listening how they think, how they envision things, they're different. They are not, you cannot continue doing things as you're doing it right now. Do a survey with them. What do they want? What do they need? What would they do with that? Implement shifts. Other countries with less money, they have shifts. So you go in the day, other people go in the afternoon. High school people can perfectly get advantage of that going to work, starting to live their real life and going to get extra salaries because now they have time during daytime when there's more jobs available. So there's a lot of things that the kids can tell you to do, the big kids. And about the differences. Of course, I'm biased. I'm in Folsom Ranch. Why I bought here in 2019, I'm new to this country too, is because I look at the school first. I chose Folsom High. And that's what we all did. When we come to Folsom, it's because you're choosing the high school, you're choosing the middle school, you're choosing the schools first, and then you buy a house. That's secondary. So hearing what Rancho Cordova is saying, I understand it too. And of course, I'm biased. I want everything for Folsom because I'm here. But I also want to be more realistic, that the growth has to happen to everybody. And if SF13 or whatever, it has some people from Rancho and some people from Folsom, we all have to develop them. And I just want you to think differently, out of the box. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our online comments. Looks like we do have a few. Debashis, welcome. Debashis, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for giving the opportunity. So I'll be quick. I know it is very late. So I have been obviously patiently listening all the conversations. So only one request from my side to all my fellow Rancho residents will be not to make it as a Folsom versus Rancho, because we wholeheartedly, I think, in our lot of discussions when we met with our fellow Folsom residents, we always made a point that it is not about you versus me, it is about us together. So which is, what is best for every one of us. It is nothing to do with, letting someone down or, trying to gain some momentum for Folsom versus Rancho. So with all the data, only thing what I can think of, the best possible way is to see what is the immediate need, and then take care of the future needs at later date. And the immediate needs which comes out, to me at least, having an elementary school in Rancho and having a high school immediately on Folsom Ranch. And that doesn't mean that we stop there. Obviously, we continue to work towards how do we get the future schools, maybe a high school at later date on Rancho as well. So that will be my point. And then I just got some input from some of my fellow friends who are not able to speak, but they were hearing. I don't know whether I personally couldn't get time to understand this, but I'll just quickly read out for others. So it seems RC, the Rancho Cordova voted down the district-wide financing of Folsom High with Measure C in April 1992. This led the city of Folsom to pass Measure G in November 1992 to build it. In 1997, FCUSD moved to SFID funding that allows cities to pass their own bonds. When Folsom needed a second high school, Folsom again passed a bond alone via Measure C in 2002 to build Vista and some additional phases of FHS. So this is a data point I received from one of my friends I just shared. Not that I totally understand this, but maybe some of you will understand this much better than me. So with that, I'll rest myself here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sander, are you on? Dr. Sander, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I apologize. I have not been able to attend tonight. Unfortunately, I'm a little under the weather, but I have been here listening and contemplating all the great work your staff has done in putting this together. I'm the mayor of Rancho Cordova, and I want to thank you guys for your service, because these are difficult issues and really not easy. But this is why they pay us the big bucks, right? To make tough calls. I have talked to you guys before about long-term equity issues between the two ends of this district, east and west, and I don't want to go into a ton of detail about that again. But over generations of decisions, Rancho Cordova has repeatedly been disadvantaged, and Folsom has repeatedly been benefited by things like land swaps, attendance boundaries, and these SFIDs that force the creation of basically poor schools and rich schools. The SFIDs are the problem. Because for a public agency, like us at the city or you at the school district, this sort of variance in service between the poor and the rich community is not acceptable. So these decisions that you have in front of you present a chance to try to rectify some of those old problems and bring some equity. The school sites we're talking about here, ironically, if the high school is the next need, are not that far away from each other. They are frankly very close. There is no magic barrier that disallows the ability of a Folsom resident to drive a kid to a new high school in Rio de Oro. It sounds that way based on the comments we've heard tonight, but there is no magic barrier there that actually stops that. The irony in that also is that most Rancho Cordova students, particularly high school students, are traveling much farther than Folsom students are to attend a high school, in part because a lot of Rancho Cordova students are shipped out of Rancho Cordova to either Folsom schools or other neighboring district schools because of the perception that they are better than our not as well-maintained schools in Rancho Cordova. So you've got a lot of factors to consider. This is a very complex problem, but you have an opportunity to pursue balance in services and address some of these equity issues. These SFIDs are a problem. And in fact, the way it's been presented tonight and the way many people have commented is sort of setting up a false standard. You are responsible for the entire district. You are not responsible for SFIDs independently because they do not operate independently. Students and parents will make decisions based on where opportunity lies, not what SFID they live in. So the idea that because some students are being generated in one part of an SFID, that part of an SFID must have a school is not accurate. People will make decisions on many more things other than what SFID they live in. I have a few technical questions, which I'm going to forward to you guys by email. They deal with how much dollars have been coming in from the commercial zoned areas of SFID since its origination. They deal with questions like how much is Rancho Cordova on the less assessed value side of the district paying for district-wide services versus the Folsom side. And perhaps most importantly, with regard to projections of students, the Cordova Recreation and Park District is finding a far greater number of kids and adults in our developments that are south of Douglas than would be normally anticipated. So also, I would say in the existing developed part of Folsom, there's probably going to be a decline in the number of students as those neighborhoods age. It's just inevitable. It always happens. So to wrap up, I urge you to do the right thing for the entire district and to make sure there are equal opportunities for all of our students, regardless of which end of the district they live in. You have the power to correct some old wrongs and do the right thing for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? Sarisha? Sarisha, are you there? Hi.
Hi, I'm Siri Pulipati, Vice Mayor for the City of Rancho Cordova. I'd like to thank you for your hard work in putting together this presentation today. The decisions regarding the allocation of these funds are of utmost importance to the present and future educational needs and success for our children in Rancho Cordova. So I'd like to have three takeaways today. First, in terms of construction, while both Rancho Cordova and Folsom are experiencing rapid housing growth, Rancho Cordova has had one high school. So the building of a third high school in the city of Folsom before a second high school in the city of Rancho Cordova is not acceptable. In terms of commute, it is a shorter commute from Folsom to Rancho Cordova versus the other way around. And in terms of cost, it's almost $50 million cheaper to build a combined middle high school in Folsom Cordova West, which is Rancho Cordova, and it is the more economically viable option. And that should be the first option. So I'm going to keep mine really short. Rancho Cordova needs the next high middle school. It's better in terms of construction, shorter commute, and absolutely cheaper in terms of cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Siri. Kelly, are you there, Kelly? Kelly,
I
there you go.
am.
All right,
So
welcome.
thank you for hearing me. I just wanted to chime in quickly to say that I am an SFID 3 resident. I live in Folsom Ranch, and I have a kindergarten son who is enrolled in the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. And I wanted to let you know that I am in favor of giving what our students need for both Rancho Cordova and for Folsom Ranch. And clearly, we can't argue with data. There's been many great presentations tonight, but Folsom needs a high school. Rancho Cordova needs an elementary school. So let's stick to the facts and give everyone what they need. And Folsom needs that high school. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lauren, welcome. Lauren, are you there? Lauren, it looks like you maybe need to unmute.
I don't know if this is, it's saying I'm Lauren, I'm not Lauren. Am I supposed to be speaking?
Welcome.
Okay, so my name is Derek McBride. I live in SFID 3 in Folsom Ranch. I believe that the high school needs to go in Folsom Ranch. The data shows that it needs to go there. These people that are saying that it is, sorry, what?
Keep going, please.
These people that are saying that it's a closer drive for Rancho Cordova. I mean, we've heard from people that are in Rancho Cordova that aren't in the district. We've heard from people that aren't in SFID 3. We keep hearing from these Rancho Cordova residents that, you know, have not been paying into it, even though they say they have. You know, Folsom has paid for the high schools that they have. You know, we paid for it, and Rancho Cordova didn't pay for those high schools. So, yeah, we need the high school, and that's it.
All right, thank you. And we're gonna try, Lauren, are you there? Lauren? Okay. Say it again. Rudmani?
Hello. Thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I have 2 kids who attend schools in the Folsom Ranch.
Rudmani, please continue.
Okay. Yeah, two kids who attend schools in the Folsom Ranch area. I have a middle schooler and a child in elementary school. Based on all the great facts presented today, I see that both the districts are in need of schools for their students' benefit. But based on the data points from today, it seems like a high school is needed more immediately in Folsom and possibly a K-8 in Rancho Cordova. So I really urge the committee to take all the factors into consideration and provide the necessary schools for both the students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to give Lauren one more try. Devang, are you there?
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Devang Vora. I am from Anatolia area. So yes, I am not from your boundary here, but this is a general public meeting, so that's why I'm here. And I am considering to move to Folsom Ranch. That was my another reason why I'm attending this meeting, to understand what's going on. One of the suggestion I have is something totally different, what is going to benefit everyone, right? Right now, the Anatolia area students who are living in a Rancho Cordova city, they're going to Algrove, right? That's too far, right? Now we have this issue, like Folsom Ranch people needs to come to Del Oro, right? I'm not favoring that build it in Del Oro or build it in Folsom Ranch. I think we need to rezone and look this thing at a different angle, where Rancho Cordova students should not go to Algrove, right? Maybe create a new school district, maybe build a school somewhere between Del Oro and Folsom Ranch, right? and maybe get some money from Albuquerque district and get that some of their boundary into the Folsom Cordova school district. Just think outside the box, because I think, and also this school building in 2029, 2032 is not going to help anyone. I mean, there is a need way before that. So build it in ranch if you want to build there, but build it sooner, right? I think we are failing in all regards right now by delaying this and planning for 2032 right now. I mean, yeah, we should, but before that, we need a school in 2027. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, welcome.
Hi, yes, my name is Melissa Roberts, and I am a resident of Mather. So I guess more closely aligned with Rancho over here is my two students at Mather Heights Elementary would be funneled into Mitchell and Rancho Cordova High if needed. You know, I heard a lot of other commenters talk about letting the data drive the decision. And, you know, I agree, but let's have all of the data. So what are the success rates of Rancho students going on to college, trade schools, or immediate employment versus those of Folsom? What are the test scores of Rancho Cordova students versus those of Folsom? Those are the data points that matter most, okay? Not just the dollar amounts. So there's a human element here of real students, real children, that matter that I don't think has really been discussed. So, you know, molding and supporting our students is really the ultimate goal to make them productive and valued members of our communities. That's the ultimate goal, right? So historically, let's make no mistake, it's the Black and brown students of Rancho Cordova who have gotten the short end of the stick from this district. And, you know, Rancho schools are sitting here outdated, ancient, and rotting, while Folsom has gotten new schools time and time again. Rancho has seen no receivable, tangible new school from the money that we've put in to, you know, the district. And so I think it's really the time for that now. We're seeing Rancho being developed more as far as housing and whatnot. But what families are going to want to buy here if there's no schools here for their kids, right? So it's kind of putting the cart before the horse. Build the schools in phases as you need to, and that will support the families wanting to buy here in the future. So to me, it's kind of a no-brainer. It's Rancho's time to see some equity from this district. And, you know, I think it's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lauren, are you there?
Right. So it's kind of build the schools in phases.
Lauren, welcome. If you're speaking, we can barely hear you. Are you there, Lauren? Lauren, are you there? All right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. Yes. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yay. Okay. So I didn't have a lot to say. Just a few.
Lauren, I'm sorry, you dropped off.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Me. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go
Can
ahead,
you hear
Lauren.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yay. Okay. I didn't have a lot to say. Just a few things. There definitely is an equity gap between Rancho and Folsom. We all know this. You know, it wasn't that long ago.
Lauren, I'm sorry, we are having trouble hearing you. We would love to hear your
There's a
thoughts.
serious gap in what I'm saying and what I'm hearing it.
Okay, yeah, sorry, Lauren, we must be having some technical difficulties on our end. If you do get a chance to email the board, we would love to hear your thoughts, but we will have to end it for tonight. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Thank you. I think that was no more public comment online. Sean, if you can go to page 44, or whoever can get there easily. I just want to bring it back to the board for a final discussion, and as a reminder, it'll pop up here in a second, of what we're hoping to accomplish tonight. Again, as has been stated, we're not making any final decisions, but want to be able to give the district staff some direction on both what we would like to do in terms of an issuance of the remaining bond, as well as next steps regarding where we might want to be building schools and what types of schools we might want to be building. So with that, bring it out to the board for comments. Go ahead, Ms. Reed.
Yeah, go to, if you could, slide 21. All right, thank you. So this slide captures the situation at Folsom High and Vista Lago, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, the data that you've provided today was immensely helpful in viewing the situation we're at right now. If you look at Folsom High and Vista del Lago, we hit capacity in 2026, 2027. If you look at Folsom Middle School and Sutter Middle School, we hit capacity in 2030, 2031. If you look at the Mitchell Middle School and Mills Middle School, we hit capacity at 2036. So comparing the two Folsom middle schools where we hit capacity in 2030, we hit that same capacity in 2036 in Rancho. If you look at the high school in Folsom, we hit capacity in 2026, 2027. At Cordova, we hit that capacity in 2033, 34. I think at least as it goes for the middle and high school, I think the statistics speak for themselves. But I have several concerns. One is the Folsom High School capacity. It was in 2018 or 2019, we capped Vista del Lago. We eliminated not only inter-district transfers, we eliminated intra-district transfers into Vista del Lago because of the capacity we were getting. It's the only high school we did that. We did not do that at Folsom High School. I think, and realistically to the folks in Folsom Ranch who say we need to have that high school opening in 2027, I suspect that's entirely unreasonable, that we are never going to be able to get that school built in that time frame. So I think what we realistically need to do is, you know, I see three steps here, personally. We need to do the same thing with Folsom High School that we did with Vista del Lago. We need to stop the inter-district transfers to Folsom High School, and we have to consider stopping the intra-district transfers to Folsom High School to create the capacity to be able to maintain students within the boundaries until we can get a high school built. We need to move Folsom Lake High School off of Folsom High School's campus. This is, I guess, 1A of my point. It's taking up somewhere between 180 and 210 seats. So we have to get that off of there in order to create the capacity that we need Folsom High School to be able to handle Folsom Ranch community until at some point in the future we get the high school built in Folsom Ranch. Second, I understand, you know, we might not have like the perfect scenario for building an elementary school in Rancho Cordova, but I would like to see the very next school that we build before we build a high school in Folsom, that we build a K-8 in Rancho Cordova, somewhere along the Douglas corridor that would service the North Douglas and the Preserve neighborhood, as well as conceivably the Mather neighborhood. So somewhere in that area, a K-8, not a K-6 or K-5, a K-8. And then we dedicate the remaining funds in Measure M to the Folsom Ranch High School, the future Folsom Ranch High School or middle school. The remaining funds would go for a future school south of 50 in Folsom. So again, you know, I personally think that we should consider capping the capacity, or, you know, capping the inter-district and intra-district transfers to Folsom High School, getting Folsom Lake High School off that campus, providing a K-8 new construction in Rancho Cordova using Measure M funds, and then thirdly, all the remaining funds in Measure M dedicated to a future construction of the Folsom middle, or the Folsom Ranch Middle and High School. Those are my, at least right now, my observations.
Mr. Reed, can I clarify when you're talking about using the remaining funds for the Folsom Ranch High School? I mean, it looks like we would be talking about phase 1 of a high school, but you would.
Right, phase 1.
Whatever
It wouldn't be able to
have
build the
left,
whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. President, may I speak? I have a couple questions, and Mr. Reed, I don't mind if you respond to them, or if you don't know, then maybe we go there too. A couple things initially, when you say we move Folsom Lake High students somewhere, currently I don't believe we have anywhere that we could just simply move those students. So we would have to be very aware of what that plan is for those students. And when we're considering who those students are, they are some of our highest need students. So again, going back to that idea of ensuring that we have equity and we're providing the most that we can for, or what is needed for our students that most need, we have to be aware of that implication. So just my thought on that. Secondly, there are also implications to having a K-8 school, academic-wise, teacher-wise, credential-wise, making sure that students are getting the standards that are required and having teachers that are highly qualified, which is our responsibility. That I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just almost like having two schools within a school. And so the cost is usually much greater for running a school like that, just simply because of staffing and the needs that change between a elementary school and a middle school. So having a clearer idea of that would be also important to look at on those ongoing costs for a K-8 school compared to an elementary. I think that we're sort of stuck on looking at the map and recognizing that we have these sites chosen for schools or kind of tagged as school sites, and I'm wondering. I've met with some of the developers, and so I do know that that is a new conversation that could kind of reopen in terms of what sites we're looking at and possibly finding something more central. So we're not talking about one that is far into Rancho or one that's pretty far into Folsom, and maybe there is something that is more central. But back to Mr. Clark's point, I don't think that conversation can even happen until we have that feasibility study and until we have that data. Because at the end of the day, if we are going to split the district, then the schools need to go where the students are. And we need to provide the schools where the students are if we are going down that route. If we're not going down that route, then this conversation can be much wider and the possibilities can be much more open and the solutions can be much greater. But if that is the route we're going, then I sort of think that the conversation is going to go two different ways. And so without that, it's very difficult to kind of even come to an idea of like, this is the way we should go. So thinking that way, I do think that it's very important that we talk about wants versus needs. It's something that we try to teach our kids on a daily basis. And while there is a clear need based on numbers, there is a clear want. And we have to weigh those two things. But again, that goes back to what the end result is of the feasibility study and what the next steps are with splitting the district. That could take 5 years, but so does building a school. And so we would be right at the same timeline when we're doing that. I would also like to reiterate that I don't think that this is about one side winning or losing. We are a unified district. And I think that when we start using that language and that mindset, then it will be continuing to be divisive. And so my greatest urge to the board is, or to the staff, is to organize a joint meeting or organize a committee that people from both sides will come and sit at the table and have conversations. The data is available. More data is always available. So bringing all of that to the table, invite some of the developers and get everybody involved in the conversation, invite students, and just make it so that we are able to hear and actually be solution-based rather than us versus them. So I think that that is my greatest urge for the district staff. My second would be to maybe look at some other site possibilities. If there are other actual land that could be switched from parkland to a school site land, and just kind of make that shift and see if there is something that is more consistent with where the students are, both on Rancho and Folsom side.
Just again, clarify on that last point, looking at different site land, are you talking about what, the more central area?
Yeah, and just, I mean, if there are other better possibilities between, I think that this plan was created a long time ago and a lot has changed since then. And the timeline has changed and the development has changed. And honestly, the world has changed quite a bit. So getting to a point where this is where we are now, and this is where the people are, and this is where the needs are, but what can we do for all of these students? And then I just think that going back to the numbers of how many students make it financially feasible and sustainable for us to build a school. Once a school is built, there are ongoing costs that cost the district a lot of money every single year. And so it's not just that initial build out. And if we have schools that are not full, that don't have students filling all of that space, we still have an administration that we're paying. We still have all of the facility costs that we're paying, regardless of how many students are in the seats. And so moving into a lot of financial instability, we're not just looking at that initial cost of a school. The district will be continuing to fund that school forever. And so recognizing that, yes, there's that initial cost, but there's ongoing costs. And if there's not students in the seats, then we are being financially irresponsible as a district. And my other request, and I don't know how easy this number would be to get, but the actual money amount that has been paid by Rancho Cordova residents in SFID 3 and how much money has come in from the bonds from Folsom Ranch.
Thank you. I'd love to make a comment. I thought a lot about the central location. I think it's a great idea. My biggest concern, I'd love to kind of hear, bounce this around with the rest of the board, is if in 20 or 30 years we're going to need a high school in both areas, are we limiting ourselves, be more short-sighted? It makes so much sense right now, but that's what I would hesitate, why I would hesitate on that one.
I think my only thought with that is I believe Folsom, south of 50, Folsom has 2 proposed high school needs, and then same with Rancho Cordova. I don't remember what those numbers are.
It's 1 each.
1 each, okay. So.
It might not be a deal breaker, but that's where I would want to put some thought into it. Also, Ms. Reed, I think I want to respond. I think I love the idea of taking a look at what we do with Folsom High, with inter-district transfers, what we do with Folsom Lake High School. For the sake of tonight's conversation, I think maybe that's something we could put on a future agenda item, because we're going to have to deal with that either way. But maybe table that for tonight since we're really trying to look at.
We're not formally making any decision
Sure.
tonight, just
Right.
giving kind of direction.
Yep.
Yep, my understanding through other conversations is that for Folsom Lake High School, the district staff is actively looking at relocating that right now. So that's a short term. So I think that's probably very realistic. So I think that you have those seats right there. I think, obviously the restricting of inter-district and intra-district transfers might concern some folks, obviously, potentially. But, we're at a point, I don't know what else to do to create this capacity that we need until we can get a high school built. Yeah. Oh, and also, the district staff is also actively looking at a K-8 already, potentially multiple K-8s. So while I don't disagree with Board Member Lofthouse that it will be require unique requirements and staffing appropriately, it is something that the district's already looking at several facilities. And we know that other districts, neighboring districts have K-8s too, so.
Mr. Hui, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Matthew Melijor. I am the student board member from Folsom. I come from Vista Del Lago High School. To my right is Van. He is a junior at Cordova High School. We come from very different backgrounds. It's worth mentioning that I've made several observations during the duration of this meeting. And from the smallest gestures to the largest actions, there is a divide. It's clear. Physically in the room where everyone's seated, I can tell where these attitudes are, as well as the personal reactions that everyone has had to individual comments, applauding for comments that affirm their beliefs, while shaking heads and making snide comments and messages that do not support their affirmations. We say that we are open to having both communities sit down, talk, and deliver what their individual needs are, but we can't do so with our pre-existing dispositions. We're using property value statistics, population figures, and growth rates as numerical weapons to further our contentions, our students as negotiation tools to ensure our demands are met. What examples are we setting for our communities and our students? We can't have a proper discussion with our preconceived notions of our personal beliefs. It's true in the past that this district has been defined as educational inequities in one city on behalf of another. We cannot change the past. We can change how we approach the future conversations that we have, which impact and benefit our students and children. Van and I come from very different backgrounds, upbringings, socioeconomic backgrounds, and are surrounded by different economic resources. He has taught me a lot about his perspective coming from Rancho Cordova, and I have given him insight onto what is happening in Folsom. If we, two high school students, can have a conversation that is both civil and respectful about these pressing implications without letting our personal dispositions collide, I'm confident that everyone else in this community can too. I'm fully in support of constructing a school based on community needs, but when we have a conversation about how to approach this issue, we have to approach it with impartial mindsets and open attitudes. We're all passionate about making this district and our schools a better place for our students and future children. So let's take the steps to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Ms. Laird, did you have?
I think we're a little bit cart before the horse here. We need the money. And I think that's kind of where Mr. Martin's really asking us, is that's really our next step, is we're talking about location. I don't think we can even talk about location until we figure out how are we paying for this. So I think really what we need to do is really kind of refocus this conversation tonight is less about locations and really about how are we going to get, everybody's going to get something. I think that the board has kind of demonstrated that we're committed to everybody getting something out of the piece of the pie. But as of right now, we can't even cut the pie. So we've got to figure out how are we going to move forward with these bonds. And I think that there's going to have to be further discussions at this point with our city partners and things like that when we're talking about funding sources to even get to this point. I mean, we're talking about trying to open schools in 2 and 3 years, and yet the funding is showing, I hear parents saying they want schools, but at the same time too, I'm getting multiple emails saying that if we issue another bond issuance, that the financials will be crippling. And so I think we have to kind of keep that to the forefront of our minds is like, the SFIDs, I understand why we have the SFIDs. The SFIDs have literally put us in this position that we're in. Everybody going to their corner and saying that this part is only for me. Instead of everybody sharing this cost for everybody, we've now put ourselves in this situation. I'm not particularly excited that for SFID 3, we took money out of SFID 3 to pay for part of this building. That's not right. That's not fair. Everybody is using that funding, yet we've got a small portion of our community who's paying for those buildings. Same thing goes on the Rancho side. Rancho side's SFID is paying for Walnutwood, Innovations, and different community buildings that we use together as a district, but yet we only have one small portion of the community who's paying for those things. I, for one, cannot sign off an SFID going forward that's going to be very mutually exclusive to one particular area unless we start talking about sharing this cost collectively. Because if we were sharing this cost collectively, we wouldn't be talking about crippling financial burdens of tax dollars to community members. So that's at least where I stand. I mean, I think that really the next point that we need to be at is really talking about how are we going to fund this. So I think the next conversation is got to be with our community partners and really getting in with this community group. I'm all for that, of getting that, because we all want it, but when we get those tax dollars, no one's going to want that. And I don't think it's really, really fair to put on Somerset Ranch, hey, we're gonna raise you again, but yet we're not going to give you anything to Folsom Ranch. We're going to raise you again, but yet we still aren't going to have enough funding to build you out of high school. Even if we issue the second issuance, that's not enough to build the high school. Like, we need both issuances in order to build out high school, and that's going to be a huge tax implication. So I think really what we need to do is refocus this conversation on less where this is going to be and how are we going to pay for this. So that's kind of where I'm at this point, and I think we need to we kind of go back and figure out what the next steps are from a financial standpoint to get there, because as it is right now, we're building nothing. There's nothing. We have basically $28 million right now at our disposal, and that's really what we have. And that's not going to build a school anywhere. So I think we need to refocus that and really have those conversations before we can talk about locations. So,
Sean, I have a quick question. I completely agree with everything that was just stated. Can you just not pull out those last two issuances? Like, is that an option? Is it an option to just say, you know what, like, and I'm saying this in a very loose way, but because I think that not only would it be financially crippling to the families, it also would put the city in terrible situations where they can't pay for fire departments, they can't pay for the roads, they can't pay for parks, they can't pay for things because they have a cap on their taxes. So if we took up this much percentage of that tax rate by doing those last two issuances and still not being able to pay for what we actually need, it seems like we just sort of need to start from scratch and figure it out. Then potentially figure out how are we going to use that remaining funding for Rancho Cordova with any initial things to make sure that they do get some of that funding that they've been paying on, which is kind of back to that. Would love to see the numbers of how much has come in from both sides to see that percentage and make sure that that percentage is fair. And so that may be added on to future, however, but it, to me, doesn't seem feasible to pull out those last two funding.
That's kind of where I'm at too. I mean, and I think we got to look at like the real numbers too. We've got these bond issuances. We don't really have a sense of really what our developer fees are looking like. We don't have a sense of those things. I think we need more data in order for us to be able to make an informed decision about, I mean, I'm not even willing at this point to have a conversation about location is kind of where I'm at. I feel like that conversation really needs to be tabled and we need to go back to the finances and really decide what we want to do. Is this something that we want to table this? Is this something that we want to go back to the community and say, hey, we want to go out collectively as both cities to try to bear this burden collectively for that? I mean, we've got a lot of things on the table. I mean, and frankly, I'm upset and annoyed that we're in these SFIDs in the first place because this has created this issue. This has created the divide. The SFIDs have driven us down this road. And you know, I think that's just kind of where we're at. And, you know, and I think that the SFIDs have created the inequity because, I mean, I'll be honest, if you go to Folsom High's library and you go to Cordova High's library, there's like no way that those are comparable. But, and I understand why Rancho Cordova is upset, because if you couldn't get into your library for the last 2 weeks to study because the tables have to be used for storage because there's no storage for the books, yeah, that's upsetting. But at the same time, too, I also understand where the city of Folsom issues the bond and they get the school and they paid for that. So there's the two sides that we're trying to reconcile now because we are in this SFID situation in the first place. So we've got to figure out how do we come together. And I think, you know, we've got this other behemoth that we're talking about with possibly splitting the district. I think that we're not to the point of deciding where schools are going to go. We've got to look at the district split. We've got to look at the funding. We've got to look at the bond issuances. And then once we kind of get that steady, I think we need to get back with the community and say, whether we split, whether we stay together, how are we coming together collectively to either split and do it this way, or how are we coming together as communities to build the schools? And because at that point, if we decide to stay together, I would say scrap the SFIDs, let's go out together. Let's figure out how we're gonna like do these bonds. Like we've got to fix Rancho Cordova schools. I mean, we've got aging infrastructure there. We've got new schools to build here. And we gotta then, for the first time, say we've got to lift together. And I don't think that there's any way forward unless everybody in this room is willing to like lift together.
Ms. Reed?
Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, I asked you this question a couple of weeks ago. I inquired what would a Prop 39 bond district-wide produce for $60 on 100,000, and I believe you told me 450 million.
Yeah, I think that was multiple issuances, but yes.
Yeah, 450 million. So what's left on the table of Measure M is more money than what a Prop 39 district-wide bond would produce. So the concept of doing a district-wide bond to build our facilities, we're better off with the Measure M right now.
For dollar access, yes. For tax rate, no. So right. I mean, that's the reality of it.
Right. Again, my desire on the, I'll be flexible. Whether it's a K-5 or a K-8, we have the money right now, and at least I believe we do. We have $28 million. We have $30 million that's coming from reimbursements from Alder Creek and Mangini Ranch. We have the tax dollars that are set aside as well. I guess I would challenge the architects. You can't tell me you can't build a K-5, maybe a K-8, but a K-5 with less than $60 million or less. I mean, I understand money doesn't go as far as it used to, but I find that really hard to believe that we can't get some facility built in Rancho Cordova with money that's already sitting out there, not requiring any more bond issuances on the existing bond, but existing money that's just sitting out there. We can't think outside the box and figure out a way to build something now. Maybe the answer is no. Maybe it's just, David, no, it's not possible. But I really would like staff to really think outside the box, because the longer that $28 million is sitting out there, it's devaluing day by day by day by day of what it can build because of inflation.
Yeah, we can definitely work through scenarios. I think it's important, I will speak on behalf of staff and consultants, that if you guys continue to run through all these scenarios, we can do all of this. It is very time consuming. It is a big piece. So if that is the direction that you would want us to analyze, we can definitely do that. We can make anything happen. It's what the quality of the product will be at the end will be what will be the factor in that at a lower dollar amount. That would be the piece on that.
Is there a minimum issuance that we have to have? If we're $15 million short, is there any reason we wouldn't go for a $15 million?
Well, I mean, there's economies of scale because there's certain costs that are flat rate when it comes to issuances. I mean, we're talking hundreds of, $100,000 plus to issue out if not more, for bonds. Also, when you do smaller amounts, you get less competitive bidding on your bonds. So then potentially you're not going to get as good of rates. So those are some of the reasons, that was the reason for the last issuance was such a large amount, was there was a lot of different projects, but also it was at a good tax, good interest rate at the time. There were, financial reasons at that point to do a larger number. And so, yeah, we can do that too. Those levels of analysis definitely can happen. We can do all of those calculations. It's just, we are getting so many balls in the air for us. It's very hard for us to really have structure to what it is that we're going for. Because just all of these scenarios, every scenario, it doesn't take a considerable more amount of time to do one scenario versus two. But then when we start doing adjustments to it and multiple grade spans and those kind of things, it gets very convoluted, right? We're already making estimations anyway. So really, if the intent is to get an idea, we're giving you ideas. I understand that some folks feel like the enrollment numbers are not up to the number that they believe it is, or some of these other factors. But the truth is conceptually, the idea and the purpose of these documents and the information we're giving you is to give you a context of what direction we're going. As Ms. Lorette spoke to, we have a financial issue. It doesn't matter if it's $500 is the tax rate, $600 the tax rate. The tax rate is excessive relative to what the marketplace allows, what other districts charge. There's concerns with that, right? And so we bringing this to you for what. A funny thing is no one spoke to the tax rate, even though we shared it, which surprised me. I thought somebody would say, my goodness, I cannot pay that rate. And I think some people are indirectly stated to that. But that is, for me as a fiscal person, that's a serious concern, right? If right now you say we're going to issue those bonds, that would give us very clear, we know we have money, we can start working through these processes. But, we're bringing this forward to you because we see this as a concern that we think we need to take action on. So that's why we're talking about the financial piece right now. The decision of how that money is allocated, we can do that as well, but until we actually know how much money we have or how we want to fund it, the rest of it is kind of just more hypothetical at this point. And we're trying to start getting some structure to these things because we are talking about specific timelines. We are looking at, and we understand conceptually the idea of hot seating and temporary housing is not ideal. But the truth is every high school, every school that when we've built a new school, we've always done this. It is normally a couple of years. There's an overlap in process. It's nothing new. We accommodate it as best we can. So these components and some of these things, I get it. There are concerns of all of those things, but I think as we talked about, the bigger issue here is we need direction on, do we want to look at accessing those dollars that are remaining from Measure M? If so, how much? If we're trying to allocate equity with it, do you want us to really analyze how much is owed for each component of the community based off of what their tax rate is? Because we did a preliminary number for you at a previous meeting, right? It was kind of close to 50-50, but I think we can get it, if you want us to actually dial it to the penny, we can do that. It's just there's so many things we're trying to do right now. We can't, we're going to give you estimations until we really are saying we're going to sign the check on these things. And so that's what we're needing at this point is that direction. If that tax rate is not acceptable and you want to find out what the tax rate is acceptable, that's something we can do. In my mind, that would give us direction of how much money do we really have available to us of Measure M. If there's a tax rate that everybody is willing to accept, meaning the homeowners and the communities on both sides. So that's kind of where, and then any shortfall, then we have to talk about some kind of bond or some district-wide bond or whatever the process may be. And knowing that we're talking about a 26 timeline, that puts it out of ways. So then we have to figure out, okay, then we would figure out project scope because we have to have enough money to do land acquisition, design development, that kind of thing with the dollars that we have, with the developer fees we have, the remaining dollars we have, whatever those case may be. So that's how I think at staff level, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah. I would say, to me, the tax rate does feel unacceptable. I'm not a homeowner in SFID 3, so I can't speak to how the homeowners feel about it, but I think probably partly to your point that it's a pretty exorbitant rate when it's all said and done. So my feeling about it would be, and it seems like we do have some consensus around wanting a committee. I think, Mr. Clark, maybe you're the one who brought that up earlier. You know, I think a great next step would be let's form that committee where we can actually talk with the homeowners all in the same room together to get an idea of that. I'm not as concerned about splitting things 50-50 because the reality we're living in is not what we thought it would be when we did this in 2007. I don't like that. I think it's unfortunate, but you know, we have a need right now. So I'm comfortable if we can figure out the tax rate moving forward with a phase 1 high school plus an elementary in Rancho Cordova, the high school in Folsom. But I do think it sounds like the committee maybe is our first step in this, if the rest of the board members agree with that. I also would like to see, you know, could we use those remaining funds? Is it feasible to, you know, build even if it's phased, but at least start that building in elementary in Rancho Cordova? Sounds like we're pretty close to having the amount of funds that we would need. So that's where I would go to at least start to explore that in the committee and then wait until our meeting on the 29th about the feasibility study, and we'll have a little bit more idea of where we might want to go after that. Mr. Clark, do you have any comments you want to make?
No, well, not really. Well, just one. Please, let's look at the option. And I've heard Board Member Lofthouse her concerns about the K-8. I've heard Board Member Reed's comments about the K-8, but please, let's maybe look at one of our existing schools, maybe Mather Heights, and see if it's feasible to do a K-8. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
No, we're definitely doing that as part of the SFID 4 bond. That is part of the conversation. We're doing that analysis right now. We have the architects on board working those details up of what potential options we can look at, looking at the existing campus, how much space there is, you know, those types of things that for capacity we could build on to make a K-8 option. So
okay. And
we are definitely working on it.
And then as far as the committee, I don't know if the board sets the direction on how many folks, maybe it's 5 from Rancho and 5 from Folsom to get together, just a body of 10, but I would really like to see that happen between both groups. I think we can work something out.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if we have an agendized item at this point. We could look at trying to put something on the 19th to discuss this, but we can give you kind of a layout of what the makeup would be if you want us to bring that to you.
Sure.
We would probably want to have board representation on that as well. And so we could do that and bring that back on the 19th for that conversation, or the 18th, I'm sorry, 18th. Yeah. I keep getting my dates messed. I'm not very good at numbers, sorry.
Neither am I.
It sounds like we have consensus around that at least. So,
yeah, Mr. President, I would love to be part of that board with Matthew. We could probably get like 2 other students from both sides to be on that committee.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
I also think too that's in some of these conversations tonight, we were trying to really limit the conversation to people who only live in SFID 3, and I think that continues the division if we're saying only SFID families, because I think people are saying, hey, if you're an SFID, you're going to be the only ones who are going to be in those school boundaries. We don't know that. You could live in Stone Creek, you could live in Capitol Village, and you could end up in those areas. You could live on this side of Folsom and end up in those schools. We don't really know what that is. And so I think when we do the committees, that I personally would like to see that expanded out a little bit, that I think whatever the community members feel comfortable with on those 2 sides of the group, they need to be able to bring those folks to the table, because these are community issues. This is not SFID 3 issue. This is a community issue. This is a district issue. And I think we are really, we're limiting the north sides of both of our cities by saying that they can't enter those conversations, because I don't care if you go to Folsom High right now, your kid's impacted, even if you are already a parent who's there and you've got a student who's there and it's getting overcrowded, it affects them just as much as parents who are on SFID 3. Same thing on the Cordova side. So I think that both sides need to be able to come with people that they feel confident and having at the table and talking. I don't think that we can limit it to just say only SFID 3 parents.
I think the only thing I would want to ensure is that they are in district. So I think that there have been people that have come and spoken and they are not in our district. And so while their concerns are very valid, I would not want to put my kid in, I wouldn't move there because of that reason. Like, and it was one of my options of where I was going to move. I 100% hear those concerns. However, this is a district issue. And so when we are pulling those communities and pulling that committee together, we have to ensure that those are voices of people in district. And so I agree that they should not necessarily just be an SFID 3. They should be definitely familiar with what's going on. But I want to ensure that the people that are in the room and having those conversations are in FCUSD.
The other piece is we'll work on some structure, but I think we're going to need assistance on how people are either nominated or appointed to the committee. So we're going to need that from the board as well. Again, trying to be as transparent as possible, and I think not having staff select those people would be beneficial for us. We already heard comments about feeling that we're not being fair in our assumptions or decision-making, and so we try to do the best we can to be fair in the judgment, and the data is the data. And so having the board make those decisions as representatives of the community would be important for us.
That makes sense.
Here's a novel idea, something that the city councils do all the time. Not the school district, but we have 5 board members plus the 2 students. But what if each board member identified one individual from each city? That produces 10 students or 10 individuals, and then the students will have their, the 2 representatives and maybe another student from each one of them. That's an easy way to ensure that we have cross-representation and we don't put the onus on the staff for trying to figure that out. Just an idea. I mean.
No, that's excellent. Excellent idea.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. So if we move forward on the 18th with the agendized item suggesting forming the committee and how we're going to form it.
Right. It'll be a board action to create a subcommittee, just like we have before, and then we'd have to have 2 representatives for the board as well.
Okay.
And can I ask a question for clarification? Are we going to include employee groups and employees from both of our cities on this committee too? So we're hearing from our
Yeah,
workforce?
I don't think that we can have a stakeholder without having employees on there.
Yeah.
You know, it affects them. I mean, you're talking about hot seating for teachers and things like that. They need to be included in that conversation. So.
Why not just have the union presidents be that representation? They represent their collective bargaining unit, so if the president of FCEA and CSEA, why not approach it that way?
I think there should be representation from our employees, and I'm definitely starting with our presidents, yeah.
Okay, I agree with that. Is that clear enough for the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. I do also maybe want to ask if the board's open to it, that, part of the direction is looking toward an elementary school or K-8 in Rancho, but maybe the direction right now is we probably need to have a clear idea of how much we actually have between the Mangini Ranch money, any of the developer fees, and the remaining funds.
And Jerry and her team have been working on that. So we can get into that level of accounting. We can show you how much we have in developer fees we do collect developer fees separated by more or less SFID 1 and 2. So we can break out how much money is available there, how much money we've spent to date with Measure M and those other pots for SFID 3 specifically. Now, keep in mind, developer fees incorporate both SFID 3, but all the SFIDs. So and so we do have details on some of that, but we'll create the data as best we can. Right.
Okay, are you guys good with that? Okay. So for now, it's forming the committee. We're looking at how much we would have for funding, potentially for an elementary in Rancho Cordova. And then we're going to need to wait on the feasibility study until we can.
Yeah, I guess my only other question is with regards again to the tax rate with Measure M, are we looking for the committee to provide input on that, or are you wanting us to talk to both of the cities with regards to the impact to them if we were to issue the remaining Measure M, or do you want us to wait on that? We're fine either way. We just don't want to hold up the conversation if the board decides to go one direction. We haven't done our due diligence on these other pieces. And so I just don't know how far along is the idea of increasing the tax rates up to the levels that we're talking about. Is that something even on the plate for the board, or does the board feel like that's something that is not a viable option or not? I think that's what we were hoping to get some clarity on.
For me personally, I think that knowing that information from the cities is extremely important. What's even possible, being able to have that information for that committee meeting, because I think that what is actually possible versus what's plausible is two different things for sure. But I think that for me as a homeowner, if I saw those tax rates, it would not be something I would want to see. But I think that there's greater concern with tax rates like that, especially knowing that there's limits in Folsom Ranch where other things will not get built that are greatly needed for safety of the population. So I think knowing what is actually possible, and then all the plausible would be more what the committee comes to discuss. I don't know.
As for the tax rates, to a certain degree, and maybe this committee can help us with this, but it really ultimately comes down to the taxpayers in SFID 3. If they are that adamant that they need this school ASAP, ultimately are they willing to increase their tax rates to accommodate that under the current bond that we have issued? And if the answer is yes, we are willing to have our taxes go up that dramatically to get something built, then ultimately isn't that their decision? And we just have to find a way to determine if that's something they're willing to consider.
I agree with you to a certain extent, except you're talking about Somerset Ranch, and Somerset Ranch is going to have these extremely high tax rates to get an elementary school only. So, I mean, again, when you're talking about collectively, you still have to look at the collective. You can't just say, okay, because Folsom Ranch is willing to bear the burden, what about Somerset Ranch? They're going to be just as much on the hook for that as the other. So I think that we have to weigh that out. I mean, I think that's where some of our city partners can kind of come in, and I mean, maybe we'll know a little bit too on the appetite when we talk about our other bond for the north side of what is the community's like appetite for bonds and for tax rates and things like that too. I mean, we'll be getting that data back too. But I mean, I think that, I think we need to talk with our city partners a little bit more and maybe doing a little bit more outreach into the community to find out exactly, because it's fine if we have 15, 20 people who are motivated to come to this meeting tonight who are saying they're willing to pay that. That doesn't mean that the other 3,000 people are willing to do that.
No, I agree. We have to somehow be able to judge broader than that committee. And definitely Somerset as well. And because, when I was throwing out the idea of getting this elementary or K-8 built, I wasn't thinking of accessing the rest of the bond money. But if we're talking about accessing the rest of the bond money, then I would say not just, an affordable, it should be affordable, but a state-of-the-art affordable K-8 would be what I would want to see in Rancho Cordova. It wouldn't just be, throw up some walls and some drywall and call it a school. But at the time when I had suggested that, we weren't talking about accessing the rest of the bond funds. And like I said, but I would agree 100% that if we do access the rest of the bond funds, we need a much broader audience than just simply a committee of 10 people making that decision, that there's a desire among the SFID taxpayers, SFID 3 taxpayers, to take on that burden. That's a real burden.
Well, I think we ought to be very specific with those taxpayers, and I'm not sure we're ready tonight to be this specific, but I would say, moving forward, I would say we ought to be able to ask those taxpayers, are you willing to pay this rate for at least phase 1 of a high school in Folsom Ranch and an elementary in Rancho Cordova?
Yes, we have to be very specific of what they will get for the remainder of that bond issuance, yes.
Okay. well, let's just throw that out there. That is that a direction that we would want to go if we did issue the bonds so that we can go to taxpayers with that information?
I think if I can speak, I think if we can get the committee generated early enough and get the process going where maybe we have a meeting sometime in February, we can gauge from them how maybe we would want to survey the community on that. Because we need some methodology to survey. If that's what you're wanting is to get the community input, we would need to find some way to survey them. Normally you survey them by passage of a bond, but because the bond was passed before most of these people, well, by far all of the people, for the most part, didn't even live here, it's hard to gauge the support of it, right? Mm-hmm. And also because the tax rate is much higher than what was originally given out in the community of what the tax rate would be. I think those things are important pieces that we have to make sure to communicate as well. So does that sound okay? We'll hold then for the time being until we get the committee, and will be one of the first things we talk to with the committee. Is regardless of what the school is or where but if we want to do schools, we know we have to access funds. Mm-hmm. Are you in support of taxing at that rate to do that?
So what I'm hearing is we get the committee formed. I think also while we're doing that, we talk to the cities. I mean, both those things happening simultaneously. Sure. And then if we do get those final numbers around how much money do we have, right now that we could spend? Okay. Those would be the three things. Is there anything else I'm missing? Okay. We appreciate all the hard work. I don't like that it's not more clear than it is right now, and it feels like we're pushing this off to some degree, but that feels more responsible than moving forward with something that we're not all comfortable with. So thank you to the board for that conversation. Thank you for all of you that came tonight to speak and to show your interest in this. So with that, we're at item 6, adjournment. We'll adjourn unless I hear any objections from the board. Without hearing any, we are adjourned.